Save my life. It may save my children's life. It may save someone you love.
You ain't get this cancer about you. Let's do it.
Live. Fight like hell. And when you get too tired to fight, let somebody else fight for you.
That's what you say to me, say to me, say to me.
Because of all the donations, mine is one of the lives that's been saved.
1, 2, 3,
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Visit v.org/donate.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
You also have to wonder if we'll see the warm, fuzzy feelings that we've had all season long between Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin evaporate as well. And Aaron Rodgers has been the consummate professional so far in Pittsburgh. He's done everything that Mike Tomlin has asked. He's become one of the guys. He has not made it about him. But if this continues, will we see things start to flare up in that way in Pittsburgh?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
This one's for the flavor fanatics. Sour Apple 5-Hour Energy Shots don't mess around. They bring the bite. Tart, tangy, and packed with tasty caffeine, this little 2-ounce bottle punches above its weight. With 0 sugar and as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium cup of coffee, it's the kind of pick-me-up that keeps your taste buds happy without the crash. And it doesn't stop at Sour Apple. There are 17 bold flavors waiting for you to discover. Pick one up in store or stock up online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments, including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Yes, it is. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Shane Dennis Show, episode 1090. Couple of hours, and hopefully you can listen wire to wire. Going up to 2 o'clock, hand you off to the Pulse with Pat. He's at CBD American Shaman, Wichita, 21st and Rock Road. He'll be doing his show out there from 2 to 4. So head on by there later on this afternoon, see him and tell him ESPN Wichita sent you. He'll be doing the show from 2 to 4 and then hand you off to the program from 4 to 6. No Hawk Talk tonight, by the way. Just programming, gentle reminder. Here's how you can be a part of the show. We would love for you to. If you have time and the inclination, you can call us. We got a hotline, and that number is 316-669-4996. So give us a call if you want to. A little later on, Pat will have some lottery tickets for you, and you can also ask questions, make comments, etc., etc. when it comes to the hotline, 316-669-4996. Text line, 316-247-0923. So if you got questions, comments, your 2 cents, and you can't call or you don't want to call, that's okay. You can text us. We also will have some stuff to give away on the text line, 316-247-0923. We'll have some movie tickets for you. The sneak preview of The Running Man is tomorrow at Boulevard Theaters, so be listening later on for that. Anyway, we have ESPNWichita.com for you to listen on the stream. We have an app, so you can take us with you wherever you go. Download our ESPN Wichita app. We got a radio station. Our frequency is 92.3 FM. Tell your smart speaker to play KKGQ 92.3. Follow us on X. Follow us on Facebook. Subscribe to our YouTube. We're at our Equity Bank Park studio. It's November 12th, 316th day of the year, 49 days left in 2025. Headed for a high today of 70 degrees here in Wichita. That should be great. Next couple of days, just like that. We look forward to that. I do anyway. All right. We'll lay out the show for you here in a second, but not before Jack gives us what we call a moment of levity. Jack, make us laugh.
A man and his son were driving past the graveyard, and the boy asked his father, "Do they ever bury two people in the same grave?" "Not that I know of," answered the father. "What made you ask that?" The son replied, "Well, I saw a gravestone that read, 'Here lies a lawyer and an honest man.'"
Pretty good. Pretty good. 3 days to tell you about today. They all have to do with food, kind of. Pizza with the works except anchovies day. That's today. And that's a hashtag too. You ever had anchovies on your pizza, Jack?
Nope, it never will.
I won't either. National French Dip Day. National Chicken Soup for the Soul Day. Not real chicken soup, but I'm sure you've heard of that. That's today. Notable birthdays for November the 12th. The co-founder of Reader's Digest, DeWitt Wallace, born day. Also born day, Joseph Coors, former CEO and heir to the Adolph Coors Brewing Company, born 1917. Also, Charles Manson, born day, born 1934. Buck Dharma, guitarist for Blue Oyster Cult. Megan Mullally, best known as Karen on Will and Grace, for those of you that watched that. Let's see here. Anne Hathaway, she's 43. Big day today. All right, there you go. Here's your show today. KU got along okay without Darren Peterson last night. They dispatched of Texas A&M Corpus Christi. We'll tell you more about that coming up here in just a second. Patrick Mahomes audio coming your way. Segment number 2, about 25 minutes from right now. His audio brought to you by Davis Liquor Outlet. That comes your way every Wednesday when the Chiefs have a game. And so we will present that to you coming up in bottom of hour 1. So here in just a little while. Twitter question has to do with lucky fan bases when it comes to college sports. I'll explain a little later on. We have some headlines coming up at 1 o'clock, including a thrilling game when it comes to the high school state football playoffs in 8-player division. For those of you familiar with that, and most of you are, know that some of those scores can be really nutty. Well, there was one this past Friday that I think bears mention, and the 2 quarterbacks and the numbers that they put up as part of the headlines. That's coming your way in the second hour. And then we'll have a movie review. It's brought to you by Boulevard Theaters, and Jack will review a baseball movie coming up in hour 2. I'm old Jack Young at the end of the show. Normally we have Pat slide in here and have a little crosstalk with him, see what he's got going on. But he is out and about, so he'll not join for I'm old Jack Young. He is at CBD American Shaman Botanicals in Wichita, 21st and Rock. So he'll be out there from 2 to 4 doing his show, The Pulse, with Jeff and the gang over there in Northeast Wichita. So check him out there. He'll be on. He'll just not be in studio. May or may not be on live stream. He was yesterday on location. So check him out either at 92.3 FM, our app, ESPNWichita.com, or on the live stream, Twitter, Facebook, our YouTube channel. All right. Last night, KU got along without Darren Peterson, and kind of unbeknownst to most of us until fairly late as far as tip time is concerned. And I don't want to panic anybody unnecessarily, but it's becoming a little bit more of a thing when it comes to Darren Peterson's availability and health. He was held out of the game last night due to what we discovered was tightness in his hamstring. He's been dealing with similar things, maybe. I don't want to speak out of turn and say that cramping and his hamstring tightening up at shoot around are related. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. Maybe it's the same leg, maybe it isn't. But Bill Self didn't believe that the injury will keep him out long term. He better not be out long term, because coming up after the Princeton game on Saturday, that'll be the last game that they play at home this month. And they will be heading into a gauntlet of a non-conference schedule. And it will begin next Tuesday against Duke, who's number 4 in the country. And then the week of Thanksgiving and beyond, they'll have Notre Dame, Syracuse, UConn, Missouri, and then Big 12 play will start. The result and the game with Texas A&M Corpus Christi was never really in doubt. So playing without Darren Peterson, those types of situations, while you don't want to have a guy play 0 minutes for you, but you also do at some point need to find out what your team's capable of without him. There's going to be times where he's in foul trouble, or if he does have an injury that's going to keep him out for multiple games, God forbid. But you need to find out what you have in your rotation without him coming to save you. And you KU fans that have seen him in the games that he has played, exhibition, etc., you know the guy can go get a bucket. He can carry a team. Offensively, certainly. And so last night, I don't know how long everybody within the locker room knew that Peterson wasn't going to play. I'm sure they had plenty of lead time, knowing that Bill Self and the coaching staff and the training staff is going to hold him out due to precautionary reasons. So he found out that Cole Rosario, Flory Badunga, Bryson Tiller, Trey White, all those guys had adequate to good games offensively and covered up for the fact that Darren Peterson in his last 2 games had 43 total points and was not available last night against the Islanders. 38-18 at halftime, and when the final was 77-46. A little bit of a sluggish start offensively, which is predictable, but eventually KU, I thought, found their footing. Rosario was a big reason why, had a couple of big dunks. And then the team started knocking down some 3-pointers, helped KU pull away. 14-0 run in the second half. Pretty much buried the Islanders, a team that had participated in the NCAA tournament a couple of years ago. Their best scorer was held to 8 points after going for 21 against Tarleton State. Sheldon Williams only had 8. Coming up next, as we mentioned, the Jayhawks play Princeton on Saturday. Last home game until December, and last real tune-up before it gets rough starting next week and into the week of Thanksgiving. So kind of business as usual. Did you take anything away from the guys that did play that surprised you or pleasantly surprised you, Jack, when it came to KU having to do it without DP?
I wouldn't say surprised me. You are playing a team that was 1-2 going in. Yes, they had only lost to SMU by 4, I believe, but it's kind of what's expected, right? Even if KU is a good or a bad team, you should be able to beat Texas A&M Corpus Christi by 30 plus or 40 plus. But the elephant in the room is that they're going to have Darren Peterson more available than he has been. There's really not a big concern in holding him out in a game like this. You got Duke next Tuesday. If they hold him out on Saturday, you're probably getting a little bit more frustrated. Not that Princeton should have any chance of coming into Lawrence and beating you, but if this is tightness in the hamstring and cramps, look, if it's never going to go away, that's going to be problematic for KU because you can't go throughout this season not knowing if he's going to play each and every game. Like, I don't see this holding him out for the rest of the year, and I'm sure that they're going to get this ironed out, and KU's going to have confidence in him playing each and every game. But it is disheartening that, it can be as abrupt as he practiced that morning and now he's not able to go for a game that night. It's incredibly frustrating. But, as awful as these last couple of weeks have been for KU athletics, I mean, this is kind of been the cherry on top of it that, you are able to beat Texas A&M Corpus Christi. But, I mean, go figure after a disastrous, last couple of weeks in football, your star player who's so fun to watch can't even stay on the court due to hamstring problems and cramp problems. I'm hoping that they get it ironed out, and I'm not really going to, get too freaked out until KU makes you get freaked out about it by saying, yeah, we really don't know when this is going to get figured out. It seems like this is just maybe some early season stuff he's dealing with, and he did play basically the entirety of that game against North Carolina without any hangups. You're playing Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Yeah, I'd like to see him out there. I'd certainly like to see him out there on Saturday just for watchability. But the goal is to have him 100% and playing each and every game when it becomes a not do or die matter, but an important matter. You're going to have him against Duke or you're going to lose by 35.
How do you think they looked without him? The flow, the offense, et cetera, et cetera. Are you okay with that?
I thought they were sloppy. I thought that the guard play was pretty poor. They turned the ball over 18 times, I believe. They beat up on an inferior opponent. I thought they were defended really well. You hold any opponent under 50 points, you're going to be prideful about that. Cole Rosario looked pretty athletic in that game. Bryson Tiller looked pretty good. But overall, you're probably pretty underwhelmed at the way they played. And I feel that Bill Self would say the same thing. I mean, you're not going to really call this a bounce back or anything. I mean, it's a team you're supposed to throttle. Princeton's a team they're supposed to throttle, and they're going to have that test next Tuesday. But I can tell you this, if they cough the ball up 18 times against Duke, it's not going to be a contest with 10 minutes to go into the game. So that was one thing against Green Bay. I thought they did really well. They took care of the basketball. They defended well. This was a very sloppy 30-point beatdown as far as sloppy 30-point beatdowns go. I thought that, they were just so much more physically imposing than A&M Corpus Christi. It's not a good team that they played, and it's usually what KU does at home against teams like that. But defensively, they were pretty active in passing lanes. They rebounded the ball pretty well, but guard play once again was well below average, turned the ball over, sloppy entry passes, thought they get sped up from time to time, and that's just not going to fly against better opponents that they're going to be facing. And like you said, they play on Saturday in Lawrence, and they won't return home until they face UConn. They've got the game in Madison Square Garden against Duke and they go to Vegas for the Players Era tournament, you're going to be facing some good opponents there. And if you can't take care of the basketball and you can't score offensively without one guy, you're not going to like your chances in those games. So probably the most important thing, even above taking care of the ball and shooting it better from beyond the arc, they're going to have to get their best player back, because it really doesn't matter what we talk about in regards to this team if he's not available each and every game.
Have you seen the format? I'm sure you have, of that Players Era tournament in Vegas. Isn't that something?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, it's very interesting. I like the two opponents KU automatically gets, which is Notre Dame and Syracuse. I know Houston's out there as well. Auburn's out there. It should
couple
be
different venues, games going
Yeah.
all times of the day and night. That's awesome. Yeah.
It's really cool. And I think Vegas is the perfect spot for a Players Era tournament. You know, we've seen in the Feast Week where you get the Maui Invitational, and that's just dominated for so many years. But honestly, it has lost a little bit of its power. There haven't been as many great teams going out to Maui anymore and playing in that. So this is maybe that attempt at making one tournament like the spectacle, right?
Yeah.
Nobody really cares about as much as I will. I mean, I'm going to watch basketball all week long, probably even over football, to be honest with you. But you have, the ballroom tournament in the Bahamas, I believe it is, Battle for Atlantis. That's fun because the venue, they're literally playing in a ballroom.
Yeah.
with,
Wichita State's going out there, actually.
Yeah,
Battle
I
for
love
Atlantis.
watching that. But overall, I feel this is college basketball's attempt to say, hey, this is a tournament that we're playing in different venues. It's Las Vegas, for crying out loud, big in NIL, and you get these great teams going out there, right? You get pretty much a high brand or a great brand in every single game, and I feel it's going to really be great. I feel we're going to see a lot of instant classics. We're going to see some down-to-the-wire finishes, and that's what you hope for in Feast Week. I mean, You are competing with football, for crying out loud, and the only way you can top that is some really entertaining games. But I'm pumped for it. I'm hoping that even if KU doesn't look that good against Duke next Tuesday, which there are some matchup problems for them, I'm hoping that going in the Players Era tournament, they look pretty good, and I think they'll have a good chance to, as long as Darren Peterson plays, of course,
Right.
against both Notre Dame and Syracuse and whoever they get after that.
Speaking of, now this is looking pretty far down the road, but there are a couple of things that we do know about Thanksgiving week as far as play-by-play and stuff that you're going to hear right here on the channel, and what you won't hear, actually. As we see it right now, coverage for those Monday and Tuesday games for KU, the 24th and the 25th, will begin at 1 o'clock. They're playing at 2:30. And so as we understand it right now, you'll hear this show for an hour on Monday and Tuesday, the 24th and 25th, and then KU Hoops at 2:30. So you can kind of fill in the blanks and know what to expect there. The 26th on Wednesday, that's what we don't know because of results by KU, wins or losses. Then that brings in the TBA factor as far as this show and the Pulse with Pat. If they win the first two games, they're Jack, as you understand it, am I right here? If they win the first two games, they're likely to play at night. They're going to be playing for the championship on Wednesday, correct? Have you looked that far ahead?
What I believe the case would be. I want to say that, and I could be wrong. I'm going to have to go back and double check this. But if KU beats Notre Dame and Syracuse, they will play that evening.
Mm-hmm.
If they go 1-1, I'm pretty sure that would knock out like the afternoon. I'm pretty sure they play in like a give or take. I'm totally guessing here, so don't take.
No,
my
I
word for
think
it.
you're on the right track, though. I agree
Like at
with you.
2:30, and if they go 0-2, then they're probably playing at like 11 a.m.
in the morning. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
it just kind of keep in mind, everybody, the week of Thanksgiving, Monday and Tuesday, they play at 2:30. So that will shorten my show by an hour. But if they win them both, we'll probably have full shows on Wednesday, in theory, because KU will be in the championship round and they play at night. So that just kind of gives you a little bit of a thumbnail sketch of what to expect that particular week going into Thanksgiving, which is the 27th, if you haven't looked that far ahead just yet. But before we get there, Princeton on Saturday, you can hear that game right here on the channel, of course, coverage starting at 11:30. And then the Duke game next Tuesday, a week from yesterday, will be coverage starting at 6:30, KU Duke. And then, of course, that will lead you into the week after that where KU goes to Vegas. And if you haven't seen the format, look it up. It's very cool. Bunch of teams out there, different venues, and games going on pretty much all day that Monday and Tuesday out in the Players Era get together in Las Vegas. Very cool. I love the format. And we are kind of on pins and needles as far as the show schedule on Wednesday, and really Monday and Tuesday. We know it's kind of set in stone of when KU plays. They play at the same time Monday and Tuesday, which is 2:30, which will limit this show by an hour. So we'll tell you more about that as we get a little bit closer, but just to kind of give you a heads up on what the programming will look like here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. It's always a little disjointed week of Thanksgiving because you got these tournaments going on, and KU is normally in a really high profile tournament, get together, whatever, round robin, depending on venue. But so sometimes we're at the mercy of weird start times in the middle of the week, but the week of Thanksgiving is always cool when it comes to high level basketball. Yes, Jack.
I was just going to jump in real quick, so I didn't want to cut you off there or make you start stuttering because we're just talking over each other. But I'm looking on the website here just so we can get a good grasp of it. Apparently, the November 26th date, which would be the final day of the Players Era tournament, I'm reading it as the third place game would be at 7 p.m. and the championship game would be at 9:30. So if I believe KU is undefeated or they are 1-1, I guess I don't know if that would put them in third place because there's a lot of teams in this tournament.
Right.
I think if they're 2-0, that puts them at 9:30, I guess, or at least in their bracket, because you're not playing everybody. I think there's different championship games.
It's not round robin
across it. Yeah. So I think if they go 2-0 championship, they go 1-1. I'm guessing 7 p.m. And then if they go 2, there's some point in the afternoon.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And that's what what I caught a glimpse of. I don't know if it was yesterday, but championship or third place game will put them in prime time ish, and we wouldn't have to worry about conflicting with them on the 26th. But all right, so there you have that. Speaking of basketball, before we get off that and switch over to the Patrick Mahomes audio, which is coming your way here in just a little bit. Unfortunately for the Shocker women, they hit the road for the first time last night. They went to Bowling Green, Kentucky to take on Western Kentucky and lost in overtime, 73-71 in OT. It was a night of frustration, really, that looked for a while like it was going to be just fine for the Shockers as they took a 10-point lead into halftime by going on a 21-6 run in the second quarter. They exploded in the second quarter after they trailed by 7 early in the second quarter. They extended that lead up to 15 midway through the third quarter, but they couldn't hang on. They couldn't overcome foul trouble. Almost every major player for the Shockers had foul issues. There was a technical foul called on Wichita State in the overtime period in a and one situation. It was against Taya Davis, who was one of those players that struggled with foul issues. She ended up fouling out. She had 7 assists to go along with 9 points and 6 rebounds. But Wichita State couldn't overcome some sloppiness in the second half. Only shot 38.7% from the floor. They were out rebounded by 7 and ended up losing in OT, 73-71. They had the ball with 11 seconds left to go in overtime, but couldn't tie or take the lead. And so now Wichita State's women fall to 1-2 on the season. And it was a game where they forced 24 turnovers, but still came up a little bit short due to some foul issues and a massive disparity at the free throw line. They were outshot at the free throw line. I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I suppose I should get it real quick, but Western Kentucky shot over 30 free throws and Wichita State shot like 8. So not exactly a recipe for success on the road, but when you get that outshot by that many attempts and makes from the free throw line, you really don't even have any business being in the game. But the Shockers were. They went to overtime and came up 2 points short. Their next game, Shocker women, will be in Kansas City. And they will play Missouri State on Saturday at T-Mobile Center. So you Shocker fans that want to head up to KC, make a weekend of it, there's a good opportunity for you, a good excuse for you to go to T-Mobile Center and watch Wichita State take on Missouri State, a couple of former Missouri Valley Conference teams. Speaking of, tomorrow, a couple of former Missouri Valley Conference teams will do battle at Charles Koch Arena. Men's basketball, as you know, Wichita State and Loyola of Chicago will square off at 6:30 tomorrow night before they hit the road next week. Shocker men will go to Boise and take on the Broncos of Boise State next week. But they will wrap up their 3-game homestand to start the season with Loyola of Chicago. That will be tomorrow night, and certainly more on that coming up tomorrow. Games tonight of note aren't many, and even these two, you would could argue these won't be games either. 2 ranked teams in action. Number 20, Tennessee, is hosting North Florida. Big spread in that one. That doesn't figure to be a game. And Oakland of Michigan is going to number 1, Houston. Big spread in that game too. Houston favored by 30 at the Fertitta Center. So only 2 ranked teams in men's basketball doing battle tonight, Tennessee and Houston. And then, of course, tomorrow we'll have K-State in action tomorrow, Wichita State in action tomorrow as well. K-State will entertain California tomorrow at 8. So Cal comes to Bramlage as K-State will try to get to 3-0. Likewise, Wichita State will try to get to 3-0 as they take on Loyola of Chicago. All right, coming up, we need to hear from Patrick Mahomes. They have a big game coming up on Sunday, of course, against the Denver Broncos in Denver. Patrick Mahomes audio brought to you by Davis Liquor Outlet. That comes your way on the other side of the break. We'll also play the Chief Sounder for your opportunity to be qualified to win a Kansas City Chiefs Bud Light sign. Again, if you're streaming the show, and we encourage you to do so, it's right over there. If you're looking right now, I'm pointing at it. It's right over there on the top of our fridge, and you can see it. You see most of it, but it's as big or bigger than any Chiefs sign that we've given away at the end of a football season. We've now done it 3 years in a row. So we'll play the sounder coming up on the other side of the break too. That'll be your cue to text. I'll let you know what to text to the number, and that way you can qualify and win that bad boy. And if you do, keep your fingers crossed. If you do, at the end of the season, we will have you come in. We'll take your picture, put you up on our socials, and put your bright, smiling, shiny face with your brand new sign at the end of the season. So good luck to all for that. We will ask for text coming up a little bit later on. And after that, Chief Sounder. Then we'll have our Twitter question. And I thought it was a pretty good one. Let's see what you think. All things considered, who has the luckiest fan base in college sports? I'll dig a little deeper coming up at the end of hour 1, but that'll be our Rivet Computer Twitter question at ESPN Wichita. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll have some headlines, and Jack will review a movie. It's a baseball movie starring Bernie Mac. That comes your way at 1:25. When we return, we'll hear from Patrick Mahomes ahead of the Broncos game. That's coming up next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN
We're
Wichita.
All right.
92.3 FM.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books. November is off to an incredible start. 8-2 weekend last week. 4-0 again on Sunday. That's 8-0 on Sundays alone in the NFL. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get plays emailed to you. They're on a private portal. They're going to come with a recommended betting guide, and they're going to make you money. Get everything through the end of November. Only $399 for football. Add the hoops. Only $100 more. Or save money with longer packages. FatJackSports.com to win.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Hey, football fans, break out the Bendito on game day with El Bendito Yankee Tequila. It's an ultra-premium tequila made from 100% Blue Weber agave from the highlands of Jalisco, Mexico. There's no fake colorings or flavors in their verified additive-free Blanco, Reposado, and Anejo. Pick it up at your local store or ask for it at your favorite restaurant or bar. Always win with the undefeated flavor of El Bendito Yankee, the official tequila of game day. And you can go to elbenditoyankee.com to learn more.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. We're kicking off Black Friday savings with the biggest deals of the year happening all month long. Get behind the wheel of the 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 and save up to $14,000 off MSRP or 0% financing. Experience the all-new 2026 Equinox EVLT starting from $32,995 or enjoy 0% APR for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet. Located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. Offers plus tax, title, tax, and administrative fees expire December 1st, 2025.
The high school game of the week is back on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM as the high school football playoffs continue into sectionals. This week, Derby travels up, and they will face the number 2 seed, Northwest, in the 6A West sectional round. Join Chance Lebo, Brad Macy, and company for another edition of the high school game of the week presented by Commerce Bank, starting at 6:30 with kickoff at 7 o'clock on Friday night on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Born Day, Les McEwen from the Bay City Rollers. I believe I pronounced his last name right. Happy birthday to one of the lead men over the years over the Bay City Rollers from yesteryear. All right, it's time now to hear from Patrick Mahomes after the Chiefs had their off week after that frustrating loss to Buffalo. He took to the podium earlier today, and we hear from him each and every Wednesday, a courtesy of Davis Liquor Outlet. Neighborhood locations with superstore prices. Find a location nearest you at davisliquoroutlet.com. Here is Patrick Mahomes from earlier today in KC.
Yeah, I think you have 5 really good defensive linemen. They can all win in different ways, and they have guys that rotate in and play well, play good as well. And so they know what their scheme is. They know how to get after the quarterback. And so for us, it's just having great protection schemes, changing up the looks for them so they can't just tee off. And then I think just going out there and getting the ball in my hands whenever I need to, and then take shots whenever I need to as well.
Week self-scouting standpoint, like from one half to the other, I guess if there's one point of emphasis for yourself, what are you focusing on maybe being better at in the second half?
Yeah, I think just staying true to the progression sometimes as the games go on. I think if I look back, especially at the Bills game in general, I think I started off pretty well at going through my progressions, but as the game went on, getting away from that. And so trying to be better at that and then trying to settle myself down in some of those moments. But we did a lot of good things. It's just about being more consistent on a week-to-week basis.
Self-scout things, like after the Bills game, with Harrison was saying he was picking up tendencies on Worthy and stuff like that. Number one, is that possible to happen? Did you see it when you went back and looked at things, and how do you prevent that?
I didn't necessarily see it, but obviously, if he said it, he saw something, and so we'll be better at looking at things like that. I appreciate the info so that we can be better at that as the season goes on.
Patrick, you're OC at Texas Tech. Eric Moore's having a big year at North Texas. What helped you the most that you learned from him, just developing as a young quarterback?
Yeah, I think he has a good feel for making you comfortable. I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, he obviously can see talent. You look at all the quarterbacks he's been with through all the different stops he's been in, but he gives you confidence to go out there and be yourself and play the game the way you're supposed to play, and he'll change the offense for that. And so it's not surprising to me that he's had so much success, and he's had a ton of success this year at North Texas, and I saw him this last offseason. And it's cool to see, like, his kids were like babies. Now they're getting older now, and it's cool to see that stuff as well. So I'm sure that he'll continue to have success either at North Texas or wherever he ends up at.
How'd you do on your picks? You know what your record ended up being?
I don't know what my record was, but I think I'm really good on the actual picks. I don't know the spreads and stuff. I don't get a lot of practice at that, they don't let us do that stuff. So it's I don't think I did good with those, but I did good on my actual games and who won the game. So it was fun though. The game day was amazing. I mean, I grew up watching, I still watch it. And I think just like the atmosphere in Lubbock, you can tell how much everybody appreciates the team, appreciates how much success they're having, and they're going to enjoy the moment. And I thought that was really cool.
This game, I realize they're all big, but how big is this game against this team?
Yeah, I mean, they're first in the division, and they have a couple games on us. And so it's huge for the division, and that's always our first goal is win the division. And so it's a really good football team. There's no way around it. And so we have to go out there and play our best football, and I don't think we've done that yet. So after this bye, let's go out there, put a great week of practice together, and find a way to win in a hostile environment against a great football team.
They're generally the ones who are a couple of games up on everyone else in the division at this time of the year. Tables have turned a little bit here. Does it feel different? What's the desperation? I don't know. What's it feel like for you guys right now?
I mean, I think you understand this game's important. I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, it's a divisional game, and they're always important. But with them having the lead and us needing to go out there and win to have a chance to win the division, I think guys understand that. But at the same time, all we can do is have a great day today, and we're gonna have a great week of practice. Put that together, and then go out there and play our best football. And I think if we play our best football, we can win against anybody. And so we have to go out there with that mindset of let's play our best football this weekend.
The division streak here predates you. So how much pride do you take in the consistency of having that every single week?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's always our first goal. It's like the first goal we have that Coach Reed puts up is win a division, and we understand that it's always a challenge, and you have to go up against really good football teams that are scouting you all year long. And so we've been really good at that over these last 7, 8, 9 years, whatever it is. And so we got to continue to get better and better, and we have a lot of division games in front of us. And so if we can go out there and handle business and do what I think we can do, we can find a way to win this division. And so everything is kind of out in front of us. We just have to go out there with the right mindset.
No matter who starts at left tackle, are you just full steam ahead, or are there things that you want to do to try and reiterate Josh, whether he starts or not?
No, I mean, you're kind of just you're full steam ahead. I think that's what's so great about football is that you have to go out there and have the same mindset, the same mentality, and we're super excited to have Josh back and just being back in the building, and we'll get him out in the practice field and see where he's at. But I think you saw with both those guys, they can both play at a very high level, and so I think Coach will make that decision as the week goes on. But I have confidence in both of them that they'll go out there and have success.
Sam, I guess how concerned or how much you have to be aware of Nick Benito, 15, of how he can maybe wreck your game plan?
Yeah, I mean, great pass rusher. I mean, he's someone that can really get after the quarterback. He's smart. He does a lot of spying on me as well. And so he's a really good football player. And just like the other guys, they got a lot of sacks for a reason. They got a lot of guys, Zach Allen inside and Cooper on the other side. They got guys everywhere that can make plays. And so just not letting them make a play that just completely disrupts the entire game. Just kind of getting the ball to your hands, trying not to take sacks, and then let the game come to you.
Winning the division and being a couple of games back, but maybe still, I don't think the time for Charlie, but you still might control your own destiny as far as that goes because you have those games head to head, but this would be it, right? There's no more margin for error after that. Is that something that you're aware of that you look at? Does that make that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you lose this game, it's going to be with them having the tiebreaker and would that be like 4 games ahead of us? It'd be tough to go back and get that one. But all you can do is just handle this week, and that's all you can really worry about. And we still play a lot of great football teams, but like I said, I feel like if we play our best, we can beat anybody. And so we have to just continue to get better and better, be more consistent throughout games and throughout week to week, and that starts with practice today.
I mean, how much do you feel like having that as the first goal and being successful at it with the divisions has really been the underpinning for everything else you guys have been able to do? I mean, I know you can get to the playoffs without it, but I mean, how much has that been like foundational
Yeah, I think. I mean, first off, you get the home game at Arrowhead, which I think is huge, and we've proved that we can go on the road and win. But just being able to play at Arrowhead is an advantage. I mean, with the noise and the atmosphere, and you can feed off the crowd and stuff like that. And so, and it kind of checks that first box for you to show that you've accomplished something in the year, and now let's build on to the next goal. And so, it's been something that's been important to us. And so we'll still have that mindset of finding a way to win it this year. But it all starts with this week.
A little unrelated, but you alluded to it with being conscious of the betting stuff. How much has the NBA and MLB stuff been present in your mind? And do you feel like the safeguards are all in place well in the NFL?
I mean, they let us know. I mean, the NFL and the NFLPA kind of tell us all the different rules that you can and can't do. I just stay away from it, just because I don't want to put myself in that position. I mean, that's something that your life's so great. Why mess with it, you know? And so it does get. I think more than anything, to me, it gets weird sometimes when like you have fans talking about it, just because like you're just trying to go out there and live your life and play the game, and sometimes they get really attached to them even more than like the regular fan because they have money on the line. And so for me to them, I would just say don't do anything that you can't recuperate or live without. And so it's a crazy world we live in these days, seeing all this stuff happen. But I think you just focus on the football and focus on the sport that you love and why you're here, and you don't have to worry about all that other stuff.
On that front, you went 7-2 apparently on your picks. Tied with Benny Fergazzi for first place so far. So down with the Tech thing, you've got your NIL folks down there that you've done, and Cody Campbell's been right on the forefront of all this stuff, but he's also trying to rein it in a little bit with some of those commercials we see all the time. Did you guys have discussions down there? Your crystal ball, where do you think this is going to go in the next couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're going to find something with the revenue sharing that will help kind of stabilize it a little bit. I mean, you want people to get paid, and you want people to get paid as much as they can. But at the same time, you don't want that to affect other sports as well. And I think that's what Cody is so big on, is he wants to keep the integrity of college football, and with guys being able to make money that will change their families' lives. And so I don't know exactly what that's going to be, if that's limiting the amount of times you can transfer, or if that's having ways that you can spread the money across all the sports. But I think Cody does it the right way, and I think that's why and Texas Tech does it the right way, and I think that's why they're having so much success, because you've seen teams kind of do the NIL thing and not work out, but they're doing it with a basis of going there to love to play the game of football with money that will change your family's lives, and I think that's what it's got to be all about at the end of the day.
Guys lost this season. You always talked about the lack of energy during the bye week. Have you been able to put your finger on why that is?
I wouldn't say necessarily. I mean, I think more than anything, it's just being able to battle through adversity and some of these tight, close, contested games. It's something that we've kind of always just been able to do, and it hasn't happened this year. And so I think going into the bye, I think that was a main point for all of us, was just let's find a way to battle through that adversity. And the season's kind of been a microcosm of the whole of these close games that we've been playing in, is that we haven't been able to win in these big moments that we've used to. And so in order to get to where we want to get to, we got to learn how to do that. And I think that all starts this week.
Anything you've done differently, the close game that you played last year compared to this year?
I think just if I look back at just the Bills game and at the very end of the Bills game, is just maybe not going for that big play so early, just trying to get the ball out of my hands and get the drive going. That's something I've always been good at, but at the same time, I got to keep the aggressive mindset. So just kind of working with stuff like that.
All right. How about some gambling advice from Patrick Mahomes there? Don't bet what you're unable to recoup. Good advice. Davis Liquor Outlet brings us Mahomes audio each and every Wednesday. Be listening later on today at the Pulse with Pat. He's at CBD American Shaman Botanicals, Wichita. He'll have that Andy Reid audio for you, and perhaps, maybe, we'll have a little Josh Simmons clarification. Who knows? But the Mahomes audio brought to you by Davis Liquor Outlet. Coming up here in just a little bit, we will reveal the Pick 6 games for tomorrow. We'll also reveal the Twitter question. I think it's worth a little conversation, frankly. We'll see what y'all think. And if you think anything, by the way, if you're listening, text 316-247-0923. Let us know what's on your mind. Let us know your 2 cents on topic at hand. So we'll get to the Twitter question. We'll also have some movie tickets to give away for tomorrow. We'll also have some headlines a little bit later on. And speaking of the movies, Boulevard Theaters will bring us the movie review. We're due another one here today, and Jack will have that for you. And by the way, Jack, if we have a show on Wednesday, which I'm fairly certain we will, Katie's not going to go 0-2 in Vegas, are they? So we're going to have at least some of a show. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, man. We sing its praises all the time. What a great movie that is. Sometimes on the air, sometimes not. But we're once and for all, we'll officially both and maybe use up the entire show. I don't know. Maybe so, maybe not. But what a great movie that Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is with Steve Martin and the late, great John Candy. I know you won't be bothered by that, will you?
Not even in the slightest.
Such a great movie. It's about that time. It's about time for that movie. It's about time for Christmas Vacation. It's about time for Christmas decorations, Christmas movie, Christmas movies, Christmas music as well. But that is for a later date. But today we will be reviewing, Jack will be, Mr. 3000. That is in hour number 2, the baseball movie starring Bernie Mac. We'll get Jack's thoughts on that, and then that'll set us up for old Jack Young. All that is on the docket straight ahead. But up next, it's the Rivet Computers Twitter question. Which college fan base has had it the best all time? We'll talk about that coming up next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Are you tired of living with chronic pain? At Midwest Pain Relief Center, we provide cutting-edge, drug-free therapies to help you live a more active, full life right here in Wichita and the surrounding communities. We're Kansas' top integrated medical clinic focused on finding and treating the root cause for your pain with personalized care. No prescriptions, no unnecessary surgeries. Call 316-295-3662 today or visit MidwestPainReliefCenter.com or drop by 151 North Ridge, Suite 6 in Wichita. Midwest Pain Relief Center. Stop hurting, start healing.
Why choose AR Roofing? For over 30 years, they've been serving
We forgot to play the sounder,
families
Jack.
with roofs
Or I
built
did.
to last. While other companies come and go,
Just do it to
AR Roofing
open up
is
this
here
next
stay.
segment.
I don't
Right
even
off
need to.
Kellogg
I'll
and
just
West
call
Street.
for a text.
They're
How's
not
that?
just building stronger roofs. They're protecting safer homes and giving you peace of mind.
Well, no,
AR Roofing,
actually, there's a read that
on your
goes with
side
it, so,
today,
yeah.
tomorrow, and for decades to come.
Yeah,
Check
we'll
them out
play it.
online at arroofing.com. AR Roofing.
Okay, it's ready.
Stronger roofs,
Sorry.
safer homes. Always here in Wichita.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Wichita, Kansas. Did your vehicle receive hail damage? Then you need to check out the #1 company for auto hail damage, VinSource LLC, the name you know. Call them at 316-400-5858 or drop by 3040 North Ohio Street in Wichita. VinSource LLC covers your deductible, on-site courtesy cars, lifetime warranty. VinSource LLC, the name you know. 3040 North Ohio Street, Wichita. Call 316-400-5858.
It's time to dust off your boots and put on your hat for a grand opening celebration at Gillies. The stage is gonna be rocking from December 15th all the way through New Year's Eve. 10 shows, 17 days, one place to be for our star-studded lineup with Scotty Alexander, Michael Austin, Colt Ford, Dallas Pryor, and Aaron Tippin. And for New Year's Eve, we're bringing Low Cash to the Gillies stage to keep the party going into 2026. Tickets go on sale November 17th at playgillies.com. Gillies, just 10 miles north of Wichita in Park City.
Listen up, soccer fans. Visit Wichita is excited to bring the NJCAA Division II Men's and Women's Soccer National Championships to Wichita this November. Witness the best junior college teams from around the country compete November 16th through the 22nd at Shields Striker Sports Complex. You'll see high-quality, fast-paced soccer that is fun for the whole family. For tickets, go to visitwichita.com/get-tickets. That's visitwichita.com/get-tickets.
Wichita Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
We've had great moments. We've had bad moments. We got to be more consistent as a team. I got to be more consistent at quarterback. We got to be able to battle on how can we be better and learn from it fast. Yeah, we got to find a way to get in the end zone.
You got to get off the field defensively, and you got to be able to stay on the field offensively and score touchdowns, not field goals.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
That's a couple skate song right there, baby. J.C. Crowley from Player, born day today. A couple of things to get to here in this segment, since I kind of dropped the ball on one thing in the last segment. But first of all, we got a Ribbit Computers Twitter question, and I think this is worth a little bit of banter at the very least. It's a debatable Twitter question, in my humble opinion. It's brought to you by Ribbit Computers. Hey, Wichita, if you got a broken phone, cracked screen, dead battery, not charging, or whatever, Ribbit Computers has you covered. They've been Wichita's go-to for fast, affordable phone repairs for over 20 years. And, most fixes are done same day, and walk-ins are always welcome. So don't wait days or spend a fortune. Hop into Ribbit Computers and get your phone back up and running today. Question today. At ESPN Wichita, please vote and repost. I really want to hear your suggestions and check out your votes. And if you got a write-in, please do so. Text on the text line if you don't do X or Twitter. When you figure in everything, all sports, all time. I think I know where Jack's going to go with this one, but I won't lead him. When you figure in everything, all sports, all time, which college fan base has had it the best? UCLA, Stanford, USC, Ohio State. And when you factor in, like I said, basketball, football, baseball, Olympic sports, if you are a fan of one of those schools or a different one, what would it be? Whose fan base is probably spoiled the most or has had it the best over the years? Jeffrey wrote in, Jeffrey Parson, our good friend, Florida, maybe. Florida didn't make the list. He said, interesting question. Here's what I gave you. UCLA, Stanford, USC, Ohio State. So far, Ohio State's getting 36.4% of the vote. UCLA, 27.3%. And Stanford and USC are tied for third and fourth at 18.2%. So the voting has pleased me as far as the how it's leveled out, and who's getting what, because I like parity. I like everybody getting votes. That's the idea of these Twitter questions from years and years ago. But Jack, would you pick one from one of those four, or would you have a write-in? Which college fan base has had it the best?
I mean, I'll probably have to go with my Stanford Cardinal. To be honest with you, they lead in all categories, right? It's we get so caught up in football and basketball as a measuring stick for how great your program really is. Because I would have thought, of my lifetime, it's Alabama, the way they dominated in football, the way basketball has been the last couple of years. But it's such a small snapshot over the course of sports history, right?
Correct.
You really have to. I mean, is there anything more prideful as university say, yeah, we have the most championships total, period, right? And they had their football dominance.
They got 138. Stanford does.
Oh, volleyball is incredibly good, not to mention the academics. And I'm actually looking at this right here. The undergraduate enrollment is just over 7,000. So not only do they rack up all the championships, it's not easy to get into Stanford, right? It's a little bit harder to recruit there. And yet in numerous sports, talk about Olympic athletes, right? Katie Ledecky's one. Swimming, they dominate in academics. So I know I'm pumping up my Stanford Cardinal here, but kind of hard to argue against it. It's not just about basketball and football. As you know, too, they have a phenomenal baseball program, have produced multiple big league talented players. Football had their run for sure. They're trying to build it back up. And basketball, honestly, off and on, has had some really good talented players go through there as well. So I would say to puff your chest out a little bit, is there really much of an argument against we not only have the most championships, we have it by a wide margin.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. I mean, they're what, 15 to 20 more than second place, which is UCLA. And UCLA had the 11 straight with John Wooden.
Right.
I know we all have our true beliefs in that run of dominance, right, of winning 11 straight. You can pick apart it. I'm really not one to do that, right? I think if you won a championship that year, it's what it was, right? We can't say, well, you didn't have the same tournaments. No, you won the championship. Every school in America, if they were crowned the champion of that year, you would hang a banner for it.
Yeah.
You would absolutely. Nobody. That's it's always the schools, the loudest, that have never won a championship, that say, or any form of conference championship. It's like, well, that's dumb back then. Well, why didn't your school win it? It's the same,
Right.
It's the same playing rules back then. You could have had one as well, and you know that you would have hung a banner for it. The only one I've always been kind of skeptical of is you go play at the Bounce House in Orlando for UCF. Across their stadium, it's 2018 national champions.
Oh, man.
Which is teach their own. I really
Right.
don't care. If you got a championship in some way, shape, or form, flaunt it. Who really cares? Because who's really going to remember what it looked like 70 years ago when your team dominated?
Yeah, Stanford, 137 NCAA team titles. UCLA, 124. But those two combined have only, this is according to Wikipedia, and this is being acknowledged by the NCAA, only 3 combined claimed football titles of their 261 NCAA team titles over the years. USC, of course, with 11 from a long time back in the day, and then the Matt Leinart era, et cetera, et cetera. Penn State's up there. They're kind of honorable mention. Ohio State, obviously, with their 9 claimed college football titles, would certainly spoil you plenty if you're a fan of Ohio State. So please vote, repost. So far, Ohio State, 39% of the vote, but not exactly outdistancing the other 3 schools by a lot. UCLA, 26%. And again, Stanford and USC tied for 3rd or tied for 4th, however you want to look at it. When you figure in everything, all sports, all time, which college fan base has had it the best? Who's the most spoiled fan base? Please go vote and repost. All right, here's something I didn't do last segment that I meant to, and that is fire up that Chiefs sounder to give you guys an opportunity to win the Kansas City Chiefs Bud Light sign over my right shoulder. So here we go. 316-247-0923. Text Bud Light to be entered to win a Kansas City Chiefs Bud Light sign right over there, right over my right shoulder for you guys live streaming the show on X, Facebook, and Twitter, or on our YouTube channel too. It's brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Text Bud Light, 316-247-0923. Must be 21 years or older to enter. That's Bud Light, 316-247-0923. Good luck to y'all. Hour number 2 is upon us. I got to give a shout out to Marmaton Valley and Frankfort for playing an epic 8-man or 8-player game last weekend. I'll give you the details of that and have some more sports headlines for you when hour number 2 comes back next.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
Are you looking for the perfect blend of football and betting insight? What Are the Chances has you covered live every Sunday at the FanDuel Sportsbook inside the Kansas Star Casino at 11 a.m. Each week, we break down the biggest games, hottest lines, and smartest plays to keep you in the know before kickoff. It's everything you need to stay ahead of the action. It's What Are the Chances? Only at the Kansas Star Casino, 11 a.m. every Sunday on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. We're kicking off Black Friday savings with the biggest deals of the year happening all month long. Get behind the wheel of the 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 and save up to $14,000 off MSRP or 0% financing. Experience the all-new 2026 Equinox EVLT starting from $32,995 or enjoy 0% APR for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. Offers plus title, tax, and administrative fees expire December 1st, 2025.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State women's basketball season tickets are available now, starting at only $50. Experience the boom that the sport of women's basketball is seeing right here in Wichita by supporting your hometown Shockers. This year's team features notable local talent with a vision of winning a championship in mind. Secure your season tickets at GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Monday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. Week 11 concludes with a Monday night matchup as the Raiders host the Dallas Cowboys. This is Jerry Recco. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as Dak Prescott and the Cowboys look to regain their winning form, but Max Crosby and the Raiders are hungry for a victory. It's the Dallas Cowboys and Las Vegas Raiders on Monday Night Football. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Wichita's home for the Dallas Cowboys. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Nothing but bangers today. Errol Brown's birthday is today. That's him from Hot Chocolate. Hour number 2. You're welcome for Player and Hot Chocolate back to back. It's 1:03 here on Wednesday. Some headlines for you here. Also a giveaway ahead of the movie review that Jack will present to you coming up at 1:25. But first, our pick 6 games for tomorrow. If, by the way, great response on the text line, as we always do, for that Kansas City Chiefs sign. Good luck to all. But also tomorrow, when we do our pick 6, you'll have an opportunity to win a Busch Light sign too. So be listening tomorrow. If you're unfamiliar with the program, Chance Lebo, who is our Swiss Army knife here, myself and Jack, our producer, we pick games against the spread and totals and stuff like that, like a lot of people do. But we have cool giveaways in the midst of when we're doing it. And that will be tomorrow in the 1 o'clock hour, top of the second hour, right? 24 hours from right now. We're going to do our pick 6. And in the midst of it, we'll give you all a chance to be on the right side of a spread of our choosing. And if you're correct, if you guess the right team, then you will go into the hopper with a chance to win that Busch Light sign. So be listening then for that. Thank you so much for listening and the response to the Kansas City Chiefs sign. Good luck to all who texted in to try to win that bad boy. Again, if you're live streaming and if you're not, here's what you ought to do. And we should probably move it over a little bit, but it's so big, it's hard to get in the screen. If you're not able to live stream the show, what you ought to do is go to our YouTube channel after the fact and at least turn it on at ESPN Wichita. Go to our channel, subscribe, and then click on the live shows, and you'll be able to at least see some of it because it's on top of our Bud Light fridge, and it has been each of the last 3 years. But it's bigger and better than ever, and we hope that luck is on your side at the end of the football season because we'll be giving away that, and we'll be giving away a really cool Busch Light sign as well. We need to find a way to prominently display that before this football season's over. Here's what we're going to pick tomorrow. By the way, Jack is kind of slowly but surely creeping up on Chance. It's almost equally staggered. The space between Chance, who is leading, and second place where Jack is, and third place where I am, as far as correct number of games picked. In other words, Chance is +8 on Jack, and Jack's +8 on me. So we've staggered it out almost perfectly, or imperfectly in my case. We got some good games to pick tomorrow. We will have the Notre Dame Pitt game, side and total. OU Alabama, Iowa USC. I have strong opinions on Iowa USC, and I can't wait to see if they align with Chance, who's 54 and 42 so far against the spread in our pick six. Texas, Georgia, big game in the SEC. K-State travels to Stillwater to take on Oklahoma State. We'll have 3 NFL games. Tampa Bay goes to Buffalo, Seattle at the Rams, and of course the Chiefs in Denver. And then a wild card. So a game of our choosing, if you don't know how that works. If there's a side total of pretty much any sport that we're in love with, and it's not one of the pick six games, you can put that in there, and you can give us your side or total of the game in question that you really like. That's why we call it a wild card. So 3, 6, 8, 9 games to do that. And we'll do that tomorrow at 1:00. So pick six, courtesy of Busch Light. Those are the games coming up tomorrow at this time. Chance will be in here, and we'll be inching ever closer to the football weekend that is. And of course, crossover season, got basketball going on as well. And we'll tell you more about that coming up here in just a little bit. There's one, we don't talk about high school football a ton on this show. I know Chance does on his Red Friday show, games to watch. And we certainly have had and will continue to have our high school game of the week. And the next one coming up on Friday with coverage starting at 6:30. We're in the playoffs, of course, here in Kansas. And you around the Wichita area and communities, I'm sure quite dialed into that, especially if you got kids. But there was one game that was played in 8-player playoffs. It was in Moran. And for those of you that don't know where that is, that's directly east of here on Highway 54, about almost exactly 2 hours east of here in southeast Kansas. Moran, Kansas is a home of Marmaton Valley High School. And they've been playing 8-player for quite a while now. Back in the day, fun fact, we, Uniontown, that's where I'm from, we used to play Marmaton Valley in football, and it was 11-man then. We played them like once or twice. They weren't in our league, but we played them once or twice in football. But they're 8-player Division II now. And I want to give a shout out to both teams that played last weekend. It was Frankfort and Marmaton Valley. The final score, and if you're familiar with 8-player football, the scores can get nutty. And this one certainly fit the bill for that. The final was Frankfort 84, Marmaton Valley 74. Jack, have you ever watched a 8-player football game with your own eyeballs? I admittedly have not. I've never actually watched an 8-player game. Have you?
I haven't, and I don't plan to.
Okay. Well, it's a shortened field, as most of you know, and there are bunches and bunches of points. But these two quarterbacks that went at it for Marmaton Valley and Frankfort, shout out Tyler Lord for the Wildcats. And I don't know what Frankfort is, what their nickname is, but their quarterback's name is Wes Anderson. He's a coach's kid. In the 84-74 Frankfort win, their quarterback threw for 286 yards and 6 touchdowns and ran for 189 more and 4 more touchdowns. So he had 475 total yards and 10 touchdowns. And again, this isn't out of the ordinary, but I'm just kind of highlighting some of these kids that play 8-player and even 6-player football. Martin Valley's quarterback, Tyler Lord, threw for 392 and 7 and ran for 215 more and 4 more touchdowns. So these two quarterbacks combined for 1,082 yards and 21 touchdowns in an 84-74 Frankfurt win. So that came across my desk. I'm not exactly sure how, but just to kind of illustrate the nuttiness of not only 8-player football, but when it's in the postseason, when it's in the playoffs, it's, I don't know. That was intriguing to me. So congratulations to both. Too bad for Marmaton Valley, put up 74 points and lost for only the second time this year, but fell to Frankfurt 84-74 in 8-player football. All right, some other news and notes around the world of sports, and keep the text coming in if you want to. Frankfurt is also the Wildcats, I've been told. And 8-man is a damn track meet. That's a text. Concur. 6-man football gets even more wild. Thank you for weighing in on the text line. 316-247-0923. Another texter says, grew up in Burton, Kansas. They're no longer 8-man football, but these playoff games are insane. All right, good. I'm glad you all agree, and I'm glad I kind of struck a chord with some of y'all. Major League Baseball awards continue to come out. A's first baseman Nick Kurtz was a unanimous AL Rookie of the Year. For those of you wondering, there was no drama whatsoever in Kurtz being the Rookie of the Year. But for those of you wondering where Noah Cameron finished, third in the voting, right, Jack? Am I correct in saying, I'm thinking in my mind's eye what I saw yesterday? Was he third?
He got fourth.
Fourth. Oh, okay.
Cameron got fourth. Yep.
All right. Well, but Kurtz was the AL Rookie of the Year. Drake Baldwin, former Missouri State great, was the National League Rookie of the Year. Got 21 of 30 first place votes. Managers of the Year was kind of boring. Boring in that the guys that won it last year won it again this year. Stephen Vogt from the Guardians and Pat Murphy from the Brewers both won the respective managers of the year for the second year in a row. Speaking of baseball, Bruce Bochy, who most recently was with the Rangers and also led the Giants to 3 World Series titles as a manager, is returning to the organization as a special advisor. Spent the last 3 years managing the Rangers. Boy, have you seen this headline with Brian Kelly and LSU? Kelly is suing in hopes of receiving his full $54 million buyout. Claims the school is now attempting to fire him for cause to avoid having to make the payment. Stay tuned on that one. So Brian Kelly wanting, frankly, wants what he thinks is coming to him, and that's a $54 million buyout. College football playoff rankings, Week 11 bracket. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. The top 5 teams in the second set of the college football playoff rankings: Ohio State, Indiana is 2, Texas A&M, Alabama, and Georgia kept their places 1 through 5. Number 3, Texas A&M, first round bye position. Texas Tech moved up to number 6 after beating BYU, and Texas University of jumped to number 10. Number 15, Miami reclaimed its spot as the top ACC team, while number 24, South Florida, became the first group of 5 team to make the CFP top 25 this year. They're number 12 as it stands right now. Be an interesting 8-9 if the season ended today. Notre Dame and Oregon, winner of that would take on Ohio State. The winner of USF and Georgia, I would love to know what that spread would be if they played one another. The winner of that game would be projected to play Alabama. Ole Miss would play Texas in a 7-10. The winner would get Indiana. And the U, as I mentioned, they are projected at number 11 right now. They would play Texas Tech to get the opportunity to play Texas A&M. So college football playoff rankings out. Again, it's still super early, but that won't stop us from looking at those rankings, dissecting them, and crossing our fingers, right? Game of the week, obviously, in the SEC, there are a couple: Alabama, Oklahoma, Georgia, and Texas this weekend. So that will shake up the rankings a little bit one way or another, to be sure. Let's see what else is going on this weekend that we need to make you aware of. College football tonight, action, some more. Buffalo, Central Michigan, 6 o'clock, CBS Sports Network. Northern Illinois against UMass. UMass trying to get out of the cellar when it comes to all of college football, one of the worst teams in college football, because with Sam Houston's win over Oregon State last weekend, UMass is the only winless FBS team. They're 0-9, and they host Northern Illinois. So if you want a train wreck game to watch, Northern Illinois, UMass, ESPNU tonight. Toledo and Miami of Ohio tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN2, if you're so inclined. Let's see here. The Patriots will look to improve to 9-2. They'll play the Jets tomorrow night, Thursday Night Football. They are one of only 6 NFL teams with just 2 losses. The others, Colts 8-2, Broncos 8-2, Eagles 7-2, Seahawks 7-2, and Rams 7-2. And the Seahawks and the Rams play one another coming up this weekend. So should be a good weekend of NFL football. Of course, the Chiefs will play the Broncos. And what we heard earlier in the Mahomes audio and the questions from the media about being a must-win, if the Chiefs want to seriously consider and seriously contend for the AFC West, they ought to win it. They better win it. And so a bunch of good slate of games coming up this weekend when it comes to NFL football. Pick 6 tomorrow. Pat will do running the spread tomorrow. And then on Friday, of course, Chance will have Red Friday for you from 10 to noon, leading you into a big football Friday right here on the channel. And we hope that you'll listen. Also, The Running Man is coming out in theaters. And tomorrow, ESPN Wichita wants you to be the first to witness it. Join Wichita's sports leader at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town tomorrow at 7:30 for a night filled with giveaways, the big screen, and a lot of fun. If you want to go, it's tomorrow at 7:30. And if you can go, text the word running to 316-247-0923. Your chance to win a pair of tickets. That's running, 316-247-0923. Join us for The Running Man tomorrow at 7:30 at Boulevard Theaters in Old Town. Coming up next, speaking of Boulevard Theaters, we got a movie review. It is Mr. 3000, kind of a lesser known baseball movie. And Jack will review that when we return. It's brought to you by Boulevard Theaters. Hey, grab your popcorn. It's almost time for the ESPN Wichita movie review. If you're looking for your next movie night, head to Boulevard Theaters, where luxury seating meets the latest blockbusters. Kick back and enjoy the show in style. For showtimes, go to blvdtheaters.com. Movie review with Jack next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, football fans, break out the Bendito on game day with El Bendito Yankee Tequila. It's an ultra-premium tequila made from 100% Blue Weber agave from the highlands of Jalisco, Mexico. There's no fake colorings or flavors in their verified additive-free Blanco, Reposado, and Añejo. Pick it up at your local store or ask for it at your favorite restaurant or bar. Always win with the undefeated flavor of El Bendito Yankee, the official tequila of game day. And you can go to elbenditoyankee.com to learn more.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique luxury remodeling experience. From the initial consultation through project design and production, our team provides concierge-style service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation. Are you ready to experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239 or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
This November, the spotlight's on you at Rock and Bruce Casino, I-35 exit 231 in Bremen. It's the Rock and Choose Grand Finale. Earn entries all month for your chance to pick an incredible prize. Imagine paying your bills for a year, jetting off to Paris, scoring $10,000 cash, or riding away with a Z530R Z-Track mower. 4 winners will be announced at 10 p.m. on November 29th. Don't wait. Get in the game at Rock and Bruce Casino, I-35 exit 231 in Bremen. Rock and Bruce Casino. Eat, win, rock on. Owned by the Caw Nation.
The ESPN Wichita app is available now for both Android and Apple. Go to your app store and download today. All you have to do is search ESPN Wichita and take the station with you wherever you go. While you're there, find podcasts of your favorite shows. Sign up for our app-only contests. Send a text into the show and much more. The ESPN Wichita app, your source for sports in Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Oh man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you.
Born day, Neil Young. Pretty good day for birthdays today. Speaking of, we'll get to more of them coming up in about 20 minutes from right now with what we call I'm Old Jack's Young. But before we get there, every other Wednesday, we have a movie review courtesy of Boulevard Theaters. And most of the time, it's about sports movies. Almost all the time, it has been. And our resident movie expert, Jack Johnson, who also doubles as our producer and show contributor, is a movie critic. And he will be reviewing today a 2004 American sports comedy directed by Charles Stone III called Mr. 3000. It stars Bernie Mac and Angela Bassett. And the plot is around, as you might have guessed if you haven't seen it, a player when it comes to number of hits that he had in his big league career. Bernie Mac plays a guy named Stan Ross, who makes a comeback at an advanced age in order to get to a lofty milestone in the hopes of getting in the Hall of Fame, etc. But the baseball movie and a sports comedy starring Bernie Mac, Mr. 3000. All right, Jack, take it away. What do you think?
Well, I'll start off by saying this is genuinely not only one of my favorite sports movies of all time, this is one of my favorite movies of all time. I have always, I love Bernie Mac.
Okay.
This growing up for me, this was such a comfort movie. It's humorous. It's fun to watch with your family. And even though the baseball isn't comparable to Major League or Bull Durham, it's not awful. If you go back and watch it, it's really not that awful. And they're able to get the uniforms in there. I always love, too, how, when this movie starts off, it's Stan Ross, of course, played by Bernie Mac. It's Stan getting his 3,000th hit, which the funny part is he lines it off the pitcher in the groin, and then he gets to first base, and the pitcher takes it and launches it into the stands, and Stan goes into the stands, and a kid had ended up with it. He grabs the ball from him, and, of course, right after that, he retires in the post game, and he's like, I guess at the time it would have been – they go in real time. So this movie came out in 2004. I'm pretty sure they were making it seem like he was – maybe mid-30s at this point, and he retired because he'd gotten his 3,000th hit, and that's all that mattered to him. The Brewers were in a pennant race at the time, and he retires. He got his 3,000th hit. As he says in the postgame, I got mine, and there's nothing you SOBs can stop me from getting in the Hall of Fame. But as he retires, time passes, and we all know who Stan Ross was based off of. He was based off of Barry Bonds. He even has the earring on his left ear. So they literally created Barry Bonds. And to this day, Barry deals with the same stuff. And I think we've had multiple guests on before, and I know national reporters have said this before. It's not the steroids keeping, Barry Bonds out of baseball, or at least completely keeping out of baseball. It's how he treated the media.
Yes.
And who votes people into the Hall of Fame? people in the media and how abrasive he was. That's literally what Stan Ross, aka Bernie Mac, is doing in this movie. So time passes, and it's in present day. Stan Ross is 47 years old, and he's got all these cheesy commercials. He basically is those old school commercials of strip malls. It's like, oh, we got this and this and this, and it's all cheesy stuff. So you can tell that after retiring, nobody really wanted to advertise with him. There was nobody that wanted him to be around the game of baseball, but it kind of kicks off with the Brewers bringing him back for a retirement ceremony, and nobody other than, I love this part too, which is they brought in people from The Sopranos and like Goodfellas. They had the actors from that, but it's Boca, who's Anthony Carter, who owns a bar in Milwaukee, and that's really Stan's closest friend. It's his only friend from his playing days.
Yeah.
Nobody else came back for his ceremony. The fans all loved him, and the humorous part about that is they get Boca and they get Big Horse Borelli, who's the greatest line they have in the movie of that is they're up on the stage in the outfield and the whole crowd standing up. It's like, oh, Stan Ross is here, and he's playing up to it. He's getting emotional. Oh, they've wronged me by not having me in the Hall of Fame because these, stank ass reporters, as he call them, won't put me in the Hall of Fame. And the only people he has up there there's Boca and then Big Horse Borelli, and Stan Ross leans over to the owner. He's like, "Who the hell is that?" And he's like, "Oh, it's Bill Big Horse Borelli. You played with him for a month.
Middle reliever
back in like 79 or something." And he goes up there, and it's very fitting for the movie. He doesn't really badmouth him, but he's like, for those that thought that Stan Ross was a jerk and an ass and this and that, you would be right. And the whole crowd starts booing. He's like, but when you get 3,000 hits, you don't have to be a nice guy. You don't have to be a good teammate. And that's, we've said that before, Shane, of, man, I really don't care if you're an ass as long as you're a good player and you help the team win games. That's really what people care about from time to time. But you get the good character development here because the Brewers, they now suck in present day. They've got a basically young Stan Ross and T-Rex Pennebaker, or his nickname is T-Rex, and he's all about himself, flashy cars. He's on the cover of the video game, and the Brewers suck, and the attendants suck. So what do? Well, they find out that Bernie Mac actually doesn't have 3,000 hits. He's got 2,997 hits, and it was because they recorded his hits twice, or he had in a doubleheader game, or it was a day-night doubleheader. There was a rain delay, and it carried over when it wasn't supposed to. So he's 3 hits short. And as you can tell from me rambling, that was his whole identity. He retired early. He wanted to get 3,000 hits. You have 3,000 hits. Nobody can stop you from getting the Hall of Fame. That was always his mantra. No matter how I treated people, no matter what my teammates said about me, you actually can't hold somebody out of the Hall of Fame for having 3,000 hits. And in this movie, he wasn't on steroids or anything like that. But he's 3 hits short. And because of his ego, he goes, well, I need to go back and get those 3 hits. I'm 47 years old, but he was cocky enough that he can go back and play. And so the Brewers are like, yeah, we have no attendance. This absolutely will get people to the ballpark if Stan Ross is coming back and he's going to, be in our lineup every single day. So it's all about him getting into shape. He's around the team. The team certainly doesn't like him because they just think he's a show pony, basically, of, man, we're this bad that we need to bring in some old grandpa to get people in the stands and for people to actually care about us. But as you see very quickly and early on in his return, he's nowhere close to in shape to playing in the current day baseball. He starts out like 0 for 30 or something like that, striking out like 27 times as a 47-year-old would. That's why I don't like the movie The Natural, because there's no chance in hell he would have been able to be as good as he was, but that's why it's called The Natural, right?
Course.
No, this was literally painted that if somebody was to come out of retirement after 10 years or whatever it was, they would be awful.
It's interesting you bring up Barry Bonds, because at 47, I would probably put some money on Barry Bonds to be able to get hits. You know what I mean?
But the question would be, and for sure, and Julio Franco was what, 47, 48?
Yeah, at least that, yeah.
Was decent. But if you had not played for 10 years, didn't take care of your body, because we all know Barry Bonds is still in incredible shape. I think even without steroids, he's in incredible shape, so he probably could have done it. But that was the point of Stan Ross's character. He didn't do anything after baseball. He didn't stay around baseball, didn't do all this. But there's these little really cool moments in a comedy movie where, as you see the character turning into starting to get invested in the team and seeing that T-Rex Pennebaker, the star of the Brewers now, is him as a young guy
Right.
and how none of his teammates want to be around him. He's like, oh, well, the reason I'm all alone is because I treated everybody like trash. I treated my manager, who's still the same manager and was in Goodfellas as well.
Paul Sorvino.
Yeah,
Yep.
Paul Sorvino.
Mhm.
He has like 3 lines in the movie, but it's kind of his character. But it's a cool moment that, as he's going to Boca, his only friend's bar, and he's trying to play up of, oh, I'm still Stan Ross, and all the baseballs I hit, they're like memorialized in this bar. It was basically an ode to Stan Ross. That's how much Boca liked him. It was like this, we're going to build this bar and it's all going to be about Stan Ross. And he was the only guy that would put up with it. But as the movie goes on, you start to see that all of this was just material. And it was, nobody really cared about it. He's flirting with girls at the bar and they're like, who are you? You're this old grandpa. I don't care about 3,000 hits. And there's this one line in the movie that resonates with him at the very end. And early on, you may or may not catch it, but Boca is kind of seen as like the simpleton, says whatever he wants, or says whatever to appease Stan Ross, because that's how he got along with him. But he's like, you know what I always loved about you? You always looked out for yourself. And he's genuinely meaning it in a good way. And Stan always took his way. He's like, oh, yeah, you know what? I always, I hustled and I worked hard to get where I was. He's like, you always looked out for yourself. It was, you never cared about anything else other than you. And so as the viewer, you're like, oh, that would actually be a terrible thing, that I didn't care about anybody else. I only cared about my achievements. There are people that do that. They just zone in and they only work on accomplishments. And at the end of the day, if you didn't build those relationships, you didn't extend any outreach, people don't care about those achievements other than you, even as remarkable as reaching 3,000 hits would be in the game of baseball. So there's this great humor. Bernie Mac just kills it in the role for sure. And I actually listened to a couple interviews that he took becoming a baseball player very seriously. Like when he showed up for rehearsing, he's like, I don't want to look like these actors that come in and can't even swing the bat, and you have to use CGI to hit the ball. Like he was in the they're like he was in the cage for 3 hours a day trying to perfect his swing. They brought in professional athletes, former players, to work with these guys to look believable, and that's what I can appreciate about the movie. And Bernie Mac at the time, was an A-list star. He was one of the better comedians out there, and for a sports movie, I absolutely loved it. And so you get the good feel too of a guy that starts off super cocky. He sees his younger self. He wants to mentor him. He's mentoring some of these younger players. He then apologizes to Paul Sorvino, the manager, like late in the movie about, I was young and dumb back then, Skip, and that was wrong of me to quit on the team. But now I'm here. And keep in mind, if anybody hasn't seen it, they're not playing for the playoffs. They're playing to get out of last place.
Yeah.
So that's the other part of this. How do you motivate young players, which is true, Shane. We always ask the question, when you have those teams that are losing 100-plus games, how do they stay motivated? Well, you're in the big leagues, and you're playing for your job, and that's very much highlighted in the movie. And so it's following them getting out of the basement, and it's following him getting his 3,000 hits. And I can remember this very vividly. His first hit, after being like over 30, is a little squibber down the line that he dives headfirst in and gets a hit there. He then has a home run to put him at 2,999.
Yep.
And then at the very end of the season, the team's playing well. He seems to be the glue guy, and everybody's loving playing for him. And he's bought into the team. He's bought into the coaching staff. The owner, who's kind of overseen as like the villain in this story. We always try to find a villain somewhere, whether it be a sports movie, comedy movie. Like, who is the underminer in this plot? And to me, it's kind of the owner, because the owner doesn't really care about anything else other than putting the butts in the seats. And so it's about getting his 3,000th hit. But the Brewers go on the road for like a 7-game road trip at the very end of the year. And there's 3 home games right after that. So Stan's been playing well. The team's playing well. And he's like, hey, Stan, we're going to sit you on the road trip. We're not going to play you because we want your 3,000th hit to be at home in front of the home fans. And he's like, oh, come on. We're only, a game out of third place or a couple games out. I want to be playing. I want to help the team. He's like, come on now. You're here for show. You're not really helping this team win ball games. It's they got lucky, and people care about you, and they want to see you get the 3,000th hit, and that's what we're going to save you for here. The one thing I glossed over too is Mo, who's played by Angela Bassett.
Love interest, yeah.
She is great. I didn't think they overdid it with anything. She was a reporter that, through his younger times in baseball, they were off and on. He would cheat on her. He actually mentions Kansas City as the time that he cheated on her. But she, can't help herself from seeing the good in him. And so she's back covering him because he's the story in baseball now. A guy that's been held out of the Hall of Fame at 47 trying to come back. So she's from probably the 40-minute mark, maybe 30-minute mark, because it's not that long of a movie. She's in it throughout. And it goes up and down of when he's on his good side. She really sees the good in him, is rooting for him. But then he can't help himself. That once he got his hits and the team was playing well, he slowly started to revert back into being the ass.
Mm-hmm.
He started being the old Stan Ross of, I'm the reason that people are showing up to these games and this and that. So you kind of have that roller coaster ride as any movie like this. He's down low, he goes up high. There's always that part near the end of the movie where he screws up again, and then he reaches the mountaintop. But what happens here, which I thought always, as silly as this movie can be, I really thought they had a message at the beginning of this movie, and they tied it together so perfectly in the end. Because in the very end, he doesn't get he gets one more opportunity. The last game of the season, they have to win to get into third place. And this is a cool story, little nugget, Shane. They're playing the Astros in this, and it was back with the old Astros uniform.
Uh-huh.
You know who the catcher is
No.
for the Astros? It's like a 20-year-old Buster Posey.
No kidding. I did not know that.
You can go back and look. Yep. So Buster Posey in there, and that was before he was Buster Posey. Like, he somehow was just casted as an extra there.
Mhm.
He is in that movie. And so then in the final game, he gets the final at bat. He's hearing all these voices in his head, and the one that I already brought up was Boca of, you always cared about yourself. You always stayed focused with that, and that's what I like about you. And so instead of trying to hit the home run, get the 3,000th hit, it's the same ending as Major League, where T-Rex Pennebaker, who doubles right before that, he's stealing third. Stan Ross lays down the bunt,
Mhm.
and he's running to first base. He gets thrown out, but which would never happen in baseball, of just the guy rounding third on a bunt and goes home. He beats the throw, and that's how he ends his career with 2,999 hits. The reason I love it is that then it becomes his identity again. It's like, hey, I'm the guy that got 2,999 hits. And so he changes all of his stores, all of his advertisements into Mr. 2,999. So I love that it started with that was his whole identity. That's all he cared about, to then kind of making fun of himself of, yeah, I was one hit short, but it doesn't matter to me because I don't need that to be appreciated as a good ball player. And so it's such a comfort movie for me. It's funny. It's enjoyable. You can watch it on your own for the humorous parts of it. There's some, raunchy comedy, I guess I should say. So if you're watching with a 6-year-old, it's probably going to go over their heads, to be honest with you, because I've been watching this movie since I was like 8, maybe 7 or 8 years old. I love this movie so much. And, it's a fun little, like, if you have somebody, a partner, a family member that's not really into baseball, yeah, it's a baseball movie.
Right.
It's also it's just an enjoyable movie, period. So that I really like the acting in it. There's a lot of good actors in it. There's some good baseball references. And I love the plot line of it. I really love the storyline. It's unique. It had never been done before. You get a little bit of that spice of what Mr. Baseball was about, how a cocky guy that no longer has it tries to, just step into a different culture where he thinks it's going to go one way and it goes the other way.
Yeah.
That's why I've always thought it has that similar appeal to it. But you'll never catch me saying a bad thing about this. This is genuinely one of my favorite movies. I have a Stan Ross jersey, by the way, too. My brother's always, if you ask my brother what my favorite baseball movie is, he wouldn't say Major League, Moneyball, or Bull Durham. He'd say Mr. 3000 because of how much I talked about it, how much I, just love. I've seen it, I'd say give or take 20 to 25 times.
Nice.
I mean, I can quote so much of that movie. And yeah, you'll never catch me saying a bad thing about it. I think Bernie Mac absolutely kills in this role. There's some good, C-list actors in there as well. And as I said, I really feel that the plot, there are some holes, but not ones where you go, did they really just wrap up the movie without tying that back in? Or whatever happened with this? I thought for the most part, it was good character development. It wasn't slow. It's a quick watch. You get a little bit of the sports, you get a little bit of the comedy. And for those of you out there, those romantics, you get a little bit of a love story as well with two phenomenal actors, Bernie Mac, R.I.P., of course, and then Angela Bassett.
And a young Keegan-Michael Key played a reporter in that.
He does,
too.
yeah.
Did you know who was initially offered the chance to play Stan Ross? This is according to Wikipedia.
Okay, I am going. Is it like Steve Harvey?
No, white guy.
Oh,
John Travolta. Can you believe that?
really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's what it says. I cannot envision Travolta being a baseball player. But then again, prior to this, you'd probably say the same thing about Bernie Mac. And that's kind of an attribute to the range of these guys. They're not athletic whatsoever, but they, in Bernie Mac's case, turned himself into one and worked hard. I thought the baseball playing was okay. Yeah.
It wasn't too bad. I actually missed this part too, because I don't believe they might have put it up on the screen like right in the beginning. He retired in a playoff game. They were in the middle of a pennant push and he retired. It was 1995. So it's 9 years later. So that would have made him like 38. And he was still playing at a high level, kind of like Barry Bonds was. I mean, that's what I'm, you know me, if you guys have listened to me long enough, I am a Barry Bonds supporter. So I always love that part of it. But the earring it takes the cake. You're like, oh my goodness. The only thing they changed about him was that he plays for the Brewers and not the Giants. But
that makes you wonder how they landed on Milwaukee.
I actually did, since they played at Miller Park.
Yes.
So they filmed and so that was my guess, is they wanted to play in real parks across baseball. And honestly, they did get to film at Great American too in Cincinnati. They play the Reds and they filmed there and they did a really good job with it. And even in Major League, they were never in Cleveland. They were actually recording in Baltimore, I believe, at Camden Yards. So they have that part to it that I always thought was really cool. So I wonder if when they were trying to find which team they could use, because Major League Baseball, they didn't allow all the teams in there.
Right.
And you'd always seen, my goodness, it was always the Yankees or the Dodgers or something. You got the Brewers mentioned this. You have the Reds mentioned in this. You have the Astros mentioned in this. And maybe the Cubs, although I'm not confident in that.
Right.
But I'm guessing that's what it was. It was this, not only can we get the rights of filming at Miller Park and get their jerseys and their logo, it plays into that he's an ass, he's a cocky guy, and he's only played for the Milwaukee Brewers. Like, it plays into that he's this alpha guy that doesn't care, and he's not even a New York Yankee or a Los Angeles Dodger. He's playing for the Brewers.
I think you brought up Major League. I think they filmed at County Stadium in Milwaukee too. But yeah, they were never.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they were never in Cleveland. All right, good stuff. It's 1:43. When we come back, a little I'm Old, Jack Young next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. We're kicking off Black Friday savings with the biggest deals of the year happening all month long.
You know who else is in that movie?
2025 Chevy Silverado 1500
no.
LT 4x4.
You know the sausage wiener mascot?
0% financing. Experience the all
Yeah, I guess.
That's Dane Cook.
Oh no, I totally forgot that. I totally forgot.
Dane Cook, pay-per-view, 15 minutes.
Let's go.
Get another big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at 87morechevrolet.com. Offers plus tax, tax and administrative fees expire December 1st, 2025.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Hi, this is Brian Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is Blake Davis with a deal on Menage Red Blend, 750 ml, only $8.99. And for you wine lovers, 90-plus wine, all across the board, 750 ml, only $9.99. Davis Liquor Outlet, each store independently owned and operated. Wichita owned, Wichita proud.
Coins and bullion, Kansas's premier bullion.
Football season is here, and there's no better time to score big at Bill's Coins and Bullion. Whether you're stacking silver like a defensive line or going for the gold like a championship ring, Bill's Coins has the deals that'll make your portfolio scream touchdown. From coins to collectibles, rare, historic, or investment grade, Bill's is your winning play for precious metals. Don't fumble your future. Run to Phil's, located at 9344 West Central, or visit philscoins.com. Bill's Coins and Bullion. Stack smart, stack strong.
The home of the Jayhawks, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Peterson losses a three. He hit it. Jared Peterson with another with ice water in his veins. He's got 21.
Jayhawk basketball is brought to you on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM by Baxter and Associates, Four Seasons RV, Twin Peaks, Red Wing, and Southwestern Remodeling.
Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
I'm old, Jack Young. 146. Pat is on location. He's at 21st and Rock. CBD American Shaman, Wichita. So go by and see him. So he's not with us, but Chance Lebo is. Hey, Chance. What's going on?
How's it going? I feel like I'm here a lot recently.
You have been, yeah. We love having you. Chance, you know who this is?
I feel like it's one of no, not off the top of my head now. But I do like this song.
I've never heard this song.
I saw like a Baker Mayfield edit to it on TikTok, and it was pretty good.
TikTok.
I know.
You TikTokers. So you brought up a potential Twitter tournament of backup quarterbacks
yeah.
of all time or just now?
Just right now.
Okay.
Like you need to win a game. Who you got?
Okay. I'll take it
I
under
saw a
advisement.
Drew Lock video this morning, and I was like, man, I miss Drew Lock.
Yes. Broncos, Drew Lock. I miss him.
Yeah,
Where's he now?
He's with the Giants, I believe. I don't know if I know he's there in the preseason, but I don't know where he's at anymore.
Can't possibly be with the Giants because Jameis is starting.
Yeah, I saw that. I knew he was there in the preseason. Maybe he's with, I don't know.
Who knows? Who cares?
He needs to start a game.
He
Just
does.
a meaningful December game. Screw up somebody's playoff spot.
Do you remember the Green Bay Packers backup?
Matt
Flynn?
Yeah.
He had a minute.
Yeah, he had that 1 week.
Threw a
18
zillion
game.
yards
Yeah.
for the
Got a
Packers.
big contract
Yeah.
from the Seahawks, and then didn't make the roster.
Yeah. Hey, Jack, is this Jason Aldean?
It is.
Okay. All right. Seriously, I'd never heard that one before. You know how many number one hits he has within 5?
Didn't we do this before and it's not as high as we thought?
No, I don't think it's with him. It was with
Okay.
Katy Perry. We did it with another couple of guys, but not with him.
Oh, I think it was Maroon 5.
That
And they
might
did not
be.
have as many as we thought.
Yeah.
Jason Aldean, number ones. Goodness. I'll probably say 10.
30.
Oh, wow.
Can you believe that? 30.
Oh,
30
I mean, he
big
got
ones.
some bangers.
Yeah, he does. All right, here we go. Born day today, November 12th. Russell Westbrook, 37.
UCLA Bruin.
Correct. Non-Big Four. Jason Day, 38.
Golf.
Yes, very good. Good job, Jack.
Shane and I love Jason Day.
Yes, he's something.
The Australian.
Also non-Big Four. Very good. Chance, he is from Australia. Also non-Big Four, 46-year-old Lucas Glover.
Gosh, that's golf too.
That
isn't it?
is very good. Yes. Way to adjust to those breaking balls. Corey Maggette is also 46.
Ah, Charlotte Bobcat.
I'll take your word for that. Non-Big Four, Tanya Harding, 55.
Played by Margot Robbie, figure skater.
Wait, where? In what?
I'm
Hi,
Tanya.
Tanya.
Really?
Yeah.
How was
She
that?
won like an Oscar or something. I've never
really
seen
good,
it.
actually.
Is it? Okay.
She plays that role.
She
really
does look
well.
like Margot Robbie, or the other way around. All right. Sammy Sosa, 57.
Cub Ranger. And I believe, and this is why steroid era, even though I didn't get the full scope of it, he put together the single coolest home run derby of all time and didn't even win it. I know we all think of Josh Hamilton, and that was in my lifetime. I was only like maybe 5.
That was in Atlanta,
something.
was it not?
Do
you recall?
No, is it Miller Park? Speaking of that, when
Really?
he's hitting the back of the glass.
Yeah.
And the top, actually the top of the stadium. And Berman, and I think it was Berman and Joe Morgan. I'm pretty sure that were doing the.
Could be.
No. It was Steve Lyons.
Oh.
Yeah. He hit like to the third deck opposite field. And he's just, his muscles are bulging out of his jersey and stuff. It was him, and Giambi was in that one. I recommend everybody to go back and relive that.
Roided
you could hear
out of his mind.
Roided out. I mean, he got the backwards hat on, and he's hitting the top,
Sweating
the back
like
of the glass.
You know what? Yeah.
I mean, it's just
like a pregnant nun, according
you're
to Paul
seeing-
Mills.
Yes, thank you. Sweating like a pregnant
Oh,
nun.
goodness.
But didn't he do some like boxing stuff too a couple years ago? Like
Sosa?
where-
Canseco.
No, that's Canseco.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Canseco, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, non-Big Four, Michael Moore, 58. Moorer. Non-Big Four.
Olympian?
I'll give you another guess. Maybe, maybe not. We don't have very many of these. Just here and there.
Wrestler.
Close. Boxing. Heavyweight champ beat Evander Holyfield in 1994. Greg Gagne, 64.
Wait. That's baseball.
Yes. Yes.
Gosh, I don't. For a second, I was like, I didn't hear you say Greg, and I thought I misheard Eric. And I was like, you say Eric Gagne?
Eric Gagne? No.
I was thinking
I didn't like you cut out for a second. I was like, wait a minute.
Greg
Did you
Gagne,
just say
not to be
Gagne?
confused with Eric Gagne. Yes.
Yeah.
Former Twin and Dodger and maybe other shortstop.
It was funny. This was years ago, but we were doing like a little bar trivia with some buddies. And we were like, oh, we got to name the National League Cy Young winner from this year. And this one guy who was not much of a baseball or sports guy in general, he was like oddly getting all of these answers right.
Uh-oh.
And we're like, this doesn't make any sense. We're like, what? And we were at a big table, so it's certainly possible you could be cheating. And so like 5-6 rounds go by, and then it was, because what year did Gagne win the National League Cy Young?
Oh,
Like
man.
2000 and
I want to say 2003, but I'm not exactly sure.
give or take. Yeah, it's kind of aside from the point.
Mhm.
We get that question like, all right, who's 2003? And we're all like, oh man, who's that? Stumped on the guy that's reading it. He's like, yeah, it's a little bit obscure. It's not a starting pitcher. And he pipes up. He goes, oh, I remember it. It's Eric Gagne. We're all like, you've been cheating this whole time. You're reading off a sheet. Then we caught him and we got him in the line.
How's your
I was like,
trivia
that's
game?
how we could tell.
How's your trivia game, Jack? I feel like you'd be really good. Are you just
I'm
kind
very
of
good at trivia.
Okay, I figured
Very,
you
very
were.
good at
I
trivia.
figured you were. I didn't know if you just had a
I
couple
go to
niche
some bar
subjects.
trivias. Yeah, I go to some bar trivias on certain nights with friends.
We got bar trivia around here.
We do.
Chance?
Susanna put me onto that. There's
Okay.
some places.
Okay.
Ziggy's West has trivia. I think it's Thursday nights. We went out there one time. We got smoked. I mean, a bunch of people older than
Bunch
us.
of smart people?
Yeah,
Yeah.
people older than us. I feel like people our age. I'm referring to Jack and I, not
Yeah.
you, but Jack and I.
Well, you need a guy like me
I
to
know,
be
exactly.
with guys like you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to have a good
Gotta
mix.
have a good mix.
My
Exactly right.
expertise
Yep.
is like movies and actors and sports.
Mhm.
Not good with geographical stuff, any of that.
Yeah.
Capitals, I'm not very good with. But it's always fun. You go, they always have great deals on beers and apps and stuff. We got plenty up here. I mean, you could theoretically go every single night you want to.
Hmm.
I do like once a week.
Okay. Al Michaels, 81.
Yeah, great broadcaster.
Yes.
Do you believe in miracles?
It's a great call back then.
You know, I meant to bring this up yesterday.
Okay.
Because we were talking about Gus Johnson.
Yes.
And I said that I don't want to evaluate him now and cloud my image of what he was before. I guess there's people that have always disliked Gus Johnson because he screams into the mic.
Yes.
But like with Al Michaels, he's pretty tough to listen to now, but I'm not letting it cloud my judgment of how good he's
Right,
been
right.
his entire career. With Gus Johnson, I mean, he's been losing his voice the last couple of years. he just can't hit that octave anymore. I guess that's how you call it.
Yeah.
But back in the day, I mean, he had some pretty ridiculous ones that were on the money.
He's evolved backwards, I would say. He's regressed.
Yeah.
Where he's trying too hard. Like it was just effortless for him at the beginning, or at least in the prime of his career. It felt, but now I think social media did it hurt his game, I would say.
Also born on this day, now dead, Mills Lane.
Ooh, baseball?
No, he was a boxing referee.
Dang.
He had Holyfield Tyson 2. He was a judge on the Judge Mills Lane show. He was also in the claymation. What was the MTV claymation show?
Oh, yeah.
Celebrity Deathmatch. Mills Lane was a referee in that.
Wow.
One. You're welcome. All right. Need to get out of here. Let's go to the Pulse with Pat coming up next.
Bye, fellas.
Goodbye.
Wet and Forget works overtime with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget's available in a concentrate or extreme reach hose-in. Purchase Wet and Forget in store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco. When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
The high school game of the week is back on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM as the high school football playoffs continue into sectionals. This week, Derby travels up, and they will face the number 2 seed Northwest in the 6A West sectional round. Join Chance Lebo, Brad Macy, and company for another edition of the high school game of the week presented by Commerce Bank, starting at 6:30 with kickoff at 7 o'clock on Friday night on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz pleaded not guilty today to charges he and teammate Emmanuel Clase took bribes to help gamblers win bets based on pitches they threw. He was released on a $500,000 bond and issued GPS monitoring. Clase will be arraigned tomorrow. NFL with starter Jackson Dart in concussion protocol. The Giants will start Jameis Winston over Russell Wilson against the Packers on Sunday, according to interim coach Mike Kafka.
I think Jameis has done a great job since he's been here. Just like all our quarterback room, I got a lot of trust in that room, being in there all the time, pretty much every single day since we've been here. But I got a good feel for those guys. I think Jameis will do a heck of a job. He's a great leader. He has a lot of production in this league, and I think he's going to do a great job with it.
Quarterback Lamar Jackson not at practice today for the Ravens during the portion open to reporters. He's played the last 2 games after missing 3 with a hamstring injury. Baltimore is 1 game back of AFC North leading Pittsburgh. Cardinals receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. recovering after surgery for appendicitis on Monday. He is out at least for Sunday's game against the 49ers.
Hey, it's your resident
Hey,
Super
Jack,
Bowl
I'm
champ,
here.
Chris
Sorry.
Kenny. Coming up Thursday, I'll tell
All
you
good.
which playoff contenders are facing must-win games
Just
this
talking.
weekend. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15 had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get sheen in the city of the home.
What's up, Wichita? Happy Hump Day, everyone, and happy CBD American Shaman Wichita Day. Typically, it's the first, make it second Tuesday of every month, but we had to move some things around, but we were not going to miss an opportunity to come out and see our friends at CBD American Shaman Wichita. We'll talk plenty about them and tell you a little bit about the show here in just a little bit. Glad to have you here. It is the Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. We are coming to you live from CBD American Shaman at Wichita. I'm sure a lot of you checking us out on your radio dial. It is beautiful outside. I hope you're driving around with the windows down. I can't say I blame you because it is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful out there here in Wichita, which is why you should come out and see our friends at CBD American Shaman Wichita at 21st and Rock. But I appreciate everyone tuning in on the radio dial, but also through the other ways that we have for you to check us out. You can stream the show by going on over to espnwichita.com. Listen live button in that top right corner. We have podcast up as well on there, so check out espnwichita.com. I'm sure a lot of you catch us on the ESPN Wichita app. I actually ran into someone who listens to us on the reg. He stopped on by. He was like, you know what? I want to support your partners. And I just thought that was the coolest thing in the world. But he saw me. He goes, you must be Pat. I'm like, why? Because you can tell by my ugly face? He said, nah, I mean, that's part of it. But, oh, so you're really tall. But I listen to you nonstop, big sports radio guy, which we love when our fans come up and or listeners come up and talk to us about how often they listen. So that's always a real treat. I know a lot of you have come up and showed me that you have the ESPN Wichita app. That app has everything in one location. You can stream the program live. You can check out podcasts. You can also check out the text line number, the hotline numbers on there. We have a daily lineup on there in terms of a schedule. We have all sorts of things there on the ESPN Wichita app. So if you haven't downloaded it, I highly recommend you change that here today. Apple, Android, doesn't matter. It works just fine on both those different platforms. You can also tell your smart speaker to tune into ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I tend to use a smart speaker for other things involving the toddler recently, but from time to time, I do get my say, and I get an opportunity to listen to ESPN Wichita. So when I get the opportunity, I definitely take advantage. I love listening to ESPN Wichita on a smart speaker because you can have it on in the background. You can do laundry. Don't have to worry about draining the battery on your phone. Very simple on there. And you can also check us out on a video stream. We are currently video streaming from CBD American Shop in Wichita. You can see the lovely decor that's behind me. You can see all their lovely products behind me as well. Check us out on X, on Facebook, and on YouTube. We are currently video streaming, and everything seems to be going just fine at the moment. And knock on wood, let's keep it that way for the remainder of the show. Yesterday was a little finicky, but I think we have it down now. I think we know what we're doing now anytime that we go out on location. So those are the ways that you can check out ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I'm Pat Strathman, Jack Johnson producing once again. If you do feel the need to call us today, the number for that is 316-669-4996. That number today will give you a chance to win Kansas lottery tickets. The text line number will give you an opportunity to win an ESPN Wichita t-shirt, but also, maybe most importantly, a pair of tickets to watch the Running Man movie tomorrow at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town at 7:30. I'm going to give you a chance to win. I'm going to give you two chances because this is the final day, and I want to get as many people in there as possible. We got a lot of people that have already said yes, and it's going to be a great time. We'll have some giveaways. We'll do some trivia tomorrow as well. So I'll give you not one, but two chances to win a pair of tickets to catch the Running Man for tomorrow. If you don't want to win anything and you just want to say what's up, hit us up, 316-247-0923. And speaking of the text line, some of your biggest supporters are delivery drivers. Can we also get a shout out? Absolutely, because you guys are going to be very, very busy here in the next couple of months. I would imagine holiday season is probably not fun sometimes, but I hope that you get rewarded. Hopefully someone's got Gatorade or water waiting for you at every house, maybe some cookies. I hope you guys get treated well. So shout out to you delivery drivers. I'll absolutely give you a shout out. Also, Chiefs minus 9.5 is the play of the week. Okay. Look at the texter calling his shot. I love it. Thank you, texter. Thanks for all that you do. Feel free to be like that texter and hit us up, 316-247-0923. We also have social media. You can find us on Facebook, X, YouTube, Instagram. All those platforms are doing quite well. Our Facebook page, not quite the 10,000, but we are almost at 9,700. And if you want to contribute and get us closer to 10K, we would certainly welcome that. We would thank you for that. So if you haven't followed us on social media, feel free to find us on your favorite platform. Here's what we got for you today. Coming up, we have the voice of the Kansas State Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson. Wyatt only had to deal with basketball this past weekend, but now we look ahead to what K-State has coming up. I think some K-State fans are very, very worried. I might ask him about Dylan Edwards. I haven't decided that yet. And maybe he'll bring it up in a natural way, in an organic way, because he might not want to talk about it if I just ask him about it. But we'll see here in a little bit with the voice of the Cats, Wyatt Thompson. At the end of hour number one, it was a heartbreaker last night for Wichita State, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that here in a little bit. Hour two, Andy Reid audio. You'll hear his latest presser in the second hour. Have two sponsors for that, and we'll tell you about those two individuals in hour number two. At 3:25, last week when we said our goodbyes, thinking that we weren't going to talk to each other for a long time, well, the Royals, they make a couple trades. You also see the hitting coach staff be all settled, and now you look at the Royals and potentially look at some free agents. Well, David Lesky has looked at those free agents. I figured, okay, one more week with Lesky, and then we'll be done. And then some more breaking news is going to happen. But we'll talk to David Lesky because I felt like it was important to bring in David Lesky of Inside the Crown. And there's something else we got to talk about, too. He's besties now with a Royal superstar. He is. And I will tell you more about that in hour number 2. Now, at the very end of the show, who am I? Get a chance to win an ESPN Wichita t-shirt. You just have to guess something correctly. I'll give you all sorts of clues, and if you're the first person to get it correct, you will win an ESPN Wichita t-shirt. There you go. That's what we got for you today. It is November 12th, 2025. Hope you're having a great day and a great week. Whoa, what? The Chiefs are favored by a field goal against the Broncos. What the guy's trying to say there, Claudia, is I'm sure he probably changed, like you can choose an alternate spread. If you feel like a team is going to dominate someone, you can put a lot of money down on the Chiefs will cover by 9.5, and your odds would be much better. That's what's going on, Claudia. So don't freak out there. don't freak out there. That guy, I think, is just trying to tell you that you should change the line and you should favor the Chiefs very heavily. That's all. So have no fear, Claudia. If you feel comfortable with a field goal, be comfortable with a field goal. But sometimes it can be advantageous to change the spread, parlay it into something, and if you hit big, you can win some big-time cash. All right, keep the messages rolling in at 316-247-0923. I told you we're here at CBD American Shaman, Wichita, 21st and Rock in the tall grass area. It's no more over there at 21st in Rock, the other corner. It's on the other side, on the northeast part of Rock Road, I suppose, and 21st for that matter. And they've been here for a couple months now. They just got some new product that's officially in. I know it's been a little bit of a challenge recently for CBD American Shaman Wichita, but here's the thing. This is the time of year where you start to see it get cold and it's hot. You might have some joint pain. Maybe your arthritis is acting up. Well, they have something for you when it comes to that. Topical cream can really help you out. It's helped me out. When I have back pain or shoulder pain, I use their topical cream. If you're having a tough time staying awake, they have CB Go. If you are having a rough streak of sleepless nights, they can help you out with that as well with CB Night. They can still help out your nervous pets. They got something for everyone, and you should come see why life is better with the Feather out here at CBD American Shaman Wichita. Open Monday through Saturday from 8 until 10, Sunday as well from 10 until 6 o'clock. Come see how life is better with the Feather. In life for KU basketball, it's better when Darren Peterson is out there on the floor, but Kansas had to deal without Darren Peterson last night. However, it didn't seem to impact Kansas too much as the Jayhawks end up dominating 77-46, a win over A&M Corpus Christi. The Jayhawks were locked in defensively in the first half as A&M Corpus Christi was just 23% from the field. A&M Corpus Christi was 1 of 14 from beyond the arc. Woof. That is less than stellar. But how would Kansas do without Darren Peterson? Because we've already seen a taste of it, and it was for the second exhibition game against Fort Hays State where you saw Kansas play without him, and you got a little taste of it. Well, you got another taste of it last night because Darren Peterson was dealing with a tight hamstring. And I hope that that's not something that lingers throughout the entire year. But I was just talking to someone who's a KU diehard. We were talking on the phone, and I told him about Darren Peterson, and he asked, well, what was the deal? Well, hamstring tightness, according to Bill Self, and they didn't want to risk it in that type of game. Okay, I get it, but now the fear is you see this guy with cramps, and now it's hamstring. And with it being a hamstring issue, we all know that hamstring injuries can linger over the course of an entire season. And I hope that that's not the case for Kansas. But this Kansas team is going to have to play without Darren Peterson. You're going to have to figure out how you do it, because at some point, he's a freshman. He's going to be in foul trouble. How do you go and play basketball without him? At some point, he's going to have an off night. He's not going to be 100% from the field. He's not going to be 50% from the field. He's going to be like 1 of 7 from the floor to start. How do you go about staying in the game or getting a lead without a guy like Darren Peterson? And they were able to experience that. And if this is the Cole Rosario that Kansas gets, boy, is it going to be very helpful for Kansas moving forward. Still just 2 of 6 from beyond the arc. The 3-point touch still isn't quite there for the young cat there in Cole Rosario, but he led all scorers there for Kansas with 16 and ended up adding 5 rebounds as well. He was plus 18 in the plus-minus system. He did it in 25 minutes of work. Cole Rosario had himself, I hope, to be a breakout game that will give him all sorts of confidence moving forward, because that is a piece that I think could be the most impactful outside of Darren Peterson and Flory Badunga. But if you also want to make the argument for Bryson Tiller, I'm here for it. Bryson Tiller with 11 points, 3 of 6 from the floor, 4 of 9 from the free throw line, so his day could have been a lot better. But he also pulled down 8 rebounds, had 3 block shots. Jack and I were gushing over him a while back, and especially in the first half against North Carolina, it's hard not to love what you saw, because if he can be that type of a shooter, then look out. That could be problematic for everyone else out there, not only in the Big 12, but also just across the country in general. Trey White ended up with 11 points and 6 rebounds, a perfect 3 for 3. Love the fact that he didn't force the issue out there on the floor. And Flory Badunga had 12 points and 8 rebounds, also added 4 block shots as well. Kansas had 12 as a unit, feasting on an A&M Corpus Christi team that can't handle that type of size there with the Kansas Jayhawks. I still remain encouraged by this Kansas team to be able to defend. Now, against North Carolina in half number 2, they didn't guard with a lick, but that was mainly because of them not getting back in transition, and that ended up being a huge deal for the remainder of the game as North Carolina got running. And when North Carolina got running and hung on to the ball, you saw things change there for the North Carolina Tar Heels. But it's a win for Kansas. They won convincingly, and they did it without Darren Peterson. I think you are okay with that. Hi, individual. Pat, question mark. You think KU's doing the same thing they did with Joel Embiid and Andrew Wiggins, taking care of Peterson for the NBA? You know, that's the question, isn't it? That's the question for a guy like Darren Peterson. It wasn't that long ago, everyone wants to bring up Embiid and Andrew Wiggins. Heck, what about a guy and Kevin McCullough? Kansas wasn't protecting him, but his agent was very much like, yeah, I don't know. And that was the thing. We were all wondering, well, why is Kevin McCullough not doing this and not doing that? And it wasn't that good of a season for Kevin McCullough. And we all thought the reason why he wasn't out there was because of, well, I don't want to get hurt because it would hurt my NBA draft stock. You know, Darren Peterson taking care of him for the NBA, I think it's a fair question. I think it is a very fair question there for Darren Peterson, because that guy has a lot to lose with the number 1 overall pick, because he's being projected as the number one overall pick coming up in the NBA draft in 2026. I do think it's interesting where game 1 exhibition against Louisville, plays first half, doesn't play as much as the second half because of cramps. The cramps linger into the second exhibition game. And then you have Darren Peterson come back. He was able to take on Green Bay and do well. Against North Carolina, he was fine. And now you have hamstring tightness going into this game against A&M Corpus Christi. So, look, I understand what Bill Self's trying to do too. if it's truly hamstring tightness, and we're going to see if that's true. But the thing is, I don't know if we're ever going to find out if it's true or not. But let's say it is hamstring tightness and that actually happened. Let's say we got to believe in the coaching staff and what they're saying there. If that's the case, then you need to be awfully careful with Darren Peterson. And listen, this is a Kansas team that has to have a healthy Darren Peterson. Has to. And I think Bill himself understands that. And if Darren Peterson's saying, hey, my hamstring's tight a little bit, then, well, you got to kind of go off that, right? We can beat A&M Corpus Christi by 30-plus without him. That's no big deal. I wonder if the mindset will change once you get to a big game, obviously like the Champions Classic. I'm sure once you start playing the big boys, I think it might differ a little bit there for Darren Peterson. But I don't know. I think nowadays there is so much more intrigue to that question because you throw in the NIL aspect in addition to the number 1 overall draft pick. Like there's more stuff that you have to worry about now than never before. So I think it's interesting. And one individual, the one who was telling me to shut out all the delivery drivers, yeah, that's got to change. These kids are making millions. No excuse to blame stuff on potential NBA experience. They're getting paid life-changing money to play. Injuries are different, but if a player is holding out like what you're explaining, that's ridiculous. Well, I mean, that's the thing. When you look at college football, you see all those players that don't make a premier bowl game or they're not completing the playoffs. And what do? You know what? I'm good. I'm just going to focus on the NFL draft. And they'll play that one game there for the bowl season. So things probably should change. Question is, will they change? That part I do not know. And I do not have an answer. And I don't know how confident I would be if I were to give an answer on something like that. Jack, Kansas wins big. But I think we're still sitting here focusing more on Darren Peterson because here we go. First it was cramps. Now it's a hamstring issue. What'd you think on Kansas in the latest game last night in Allen Fieldhouse?
Well, it's certainly frustrating that he wasn't out there, but it's also a game that you can afford to rest him a little bit and get whatever is bothering him situated because at the end of the day, this team's going to have to be better when he's not on the floor. Now, you're hoping it's not for an entire game. You're hoping it's just for a couple of minutes here and there. And we know this team is going to try to make its identity on the defensive side of things. And, when Darren Peterson's out there, he's going to be taking the majority of that offensive workload, and you got to make sure that he's 100% in doing that. I mean, KU has a huge game next Tuesday against Duke, and they got Princeton on Saturday before that. If he's still at 95, 96%, there's no reason to play him because you should be able to throttle Princeton whether he's out there or not. And maybe that's why they're playing the long game with this. I mean, yeah, it's one thing to say, oh, he's sitting out because he doesn't want to hurt his draft stock. Well, that does hurt your draft stock if you sit out, right? There's NBA teams that they find out that he's barely hurt and he's intentionally sitting out. They're not going to want to take him. It's a loaded freshman class that he would probably fall in the order a little bit if he wasn't playing there. But I'm sure that yesterday it was, hey, are you feeling 100%? He probably said, well, my hamstrings bother me a little bit, but I want to play. And they said, no. I mean, Bill Self said that word for word. There's no reason to rush this. And I feel that at the end of the day, this team isn't winning a tournament game if Darren Peterson's not out there.
Correct.
So you got to make sure that he's 100%. And if that means sitting out the first couple games and maybe only playing in the big ones in the non-conference, well, hopefully by Big 12 play, he is ready to go because that's when it's really going to separate you in the season, not so much about how many games you're winning in November and in December. There are some important ones. You got Duke, UConn, NC State, Mizzou in the Players Era tournament, and I'd imagine he'll be a full go for that. But for Saturday, it'd only be more so frustrating for those that paid money, went out there to watch him play.
And I get that.
But Bill Self and the doctors and the training staff, they're not going to rush him in there if he's not completely 100% ready to go. And yesterday, even though he practiced in the morning, sounds like he was 96, 97%. And it was an opportunity for KU to find ways to win without him. And thought on the defensive side of things, they were really good last night. But you're going to have him at 100% if you're going to want a chance of beating any of these top teams that are on your schedule.
Yeah, and a texter pointed out, too, won't be a first pick if you only play half your college games. Here's the only thing I would say for blowback. If he's truly holding out because he doesn't want to play because of he's worried about risking an injury, there are so many individuals that they get drafted based purely off of potential. I remember Kentucky had a backup big man, I think, be a lotto pick. And that dude averaged like maybe 15 to 14 minutes per game, and he was a lotto pick. Just saying that if you're good, and teams are going to take notice of that. But if that does end up being true, if he is that guy who I don't want to play, and you got to question his mentality, then okay, then that will get around to those in the NBA, and they'll figure that out pretty quick. It's still early in the season. If it's truly a tie hamstring and he said, nah, I don't know if I can go or not, then okay, you give it the benefit of the doubt, and you hope that you can just let him heal up, and then he can come on back and be at full strength for the big games that you absolutely have to have. But you brought up the big point there, too. You have people paying hundreds of dollars to go to these games, and he's not there, then yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that are rather angry when it comes to something like that. All right, keep the text messages rolling at 316-247-0923. We got to run. We're late to Wyatt Thompson. We'll be back with the voice of the Cats when we return.
The heartbeat
Library.
of Wichita
Yes, sir?
sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
What's up, Wichita? Hey, you know what sounds wonderful this weekend? Going down to Oklahoma. What's in Oklahoma, you might ask? Well, a little casino called Rock and Brews Casino in Bremen, Oklahoma. It's a quick road trip south of Wichita, right off exit 231. Over 500 of the hottest games. Come for the games, but don't leave without experiencing the Rock and Brews restaurant. Fresh comfort foods and brews with a rock spin. Videos of the greatest rock and roll moments, concert lighting, delicious menu, signature cocktails, and a wide selection of local and international craft beers. Rock and Brews Casino. Eat, win, rock on. For more details, go to rockandbrewscasinobremen.com.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita
Got
State
Wyatt.
men's
Thank
basketball
you.
season tickets for the upcoming season are available now at the lowest price in 15 years. For as low as $400, you can become a season ticket holder and experience the excitement of Charles Koch Arena for all 17 games this season. Now is the time to lock in your seats. Visit GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
Toppers Plus Truck and RV, your RV headquarters, now offers Rhino Linings Eco Coat, a spray-on roof lining to protect your RV from daily wear. It's 100% seamless, won't crack or peel, UV resistant,
Jack,
lasts
I'm
3 times
reading
longer than a rubber roof
an
with a Toppers
article
Plus lifetime leak-free
from
guarantee.
ESPN
Shop
ranking every
in-stock
quarterback
accessories
in Power
including
4.
sewer and electrical items, freshwater hoses, stabilizing kits, lock kits, AC
Jalen
filter parts,
Daniels
and
is
RV
21,
decor.
Avery
Get your
Johnson's
free RV roof
27.
inspection at Toppers Plus Truck and RV, 333 Northwest Street or topperspluskts.com.
Well, I'm sure that'll stir up some one. You know what's coming.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name
Just
in the
throwing it out there. Not saying we got to talk about it, but just saying I just read the article.
roofing company in the region with local crews right here.
Yeah,
to
I'm just
serve
glad.
you.
I'm just
For nearly
happy
50
for
years,
both
we've
these
proven
guys
our
to
strength,
likely be
our
gone from
size,
those schools next
and
year.
our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
This Sunday morning, get ready for the Chiefs and Broncos on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. It kicks off at 8 with Chiefs Tailgate. At 9, it's the ESPN Wichita pregame show, and you'll hear from Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and all of our Chiefs insiders. What are the chances follows at 11, and kicking off at noon, it's the Green Bay Packers and the New York Giants. All on your home of the NFL, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Welcome back. We continue the broadcast from CBD American Shaman, Wichita. Lots of you chiming in on Darren Peterson and what to make of him not playing yesterday. Keep those text messages rolling in at 316-247-0923. We're not going to spend much time talking Kansas With this guy, though, he would much rather talk about the Kansas State Wildcats. It is the voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson. Wyatt, glad to have you back on the show. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you do want to talk about Darren Peterson in Kansas. I don't know. Maybe you got something to chime in with.
So do we not have a reason why he played or didn't play?
Well, hamstring tightness is what was relayed. Hamstring tightness. And there are some individuals who would question these things because it's college athletics nowadays, Wyatt. Who knows what to believe anymore here in the day and age of college athletics that we're dealing with right now.
Well, I just did an interview a little while ago with a buddy down in southeast Kansas, and I told him, see if you can top this one. We're going to see Day Ames, a former Wildcat, here tomorrow night. He's from Chicago, played a year here in 23-24. Last year, played at Virginia. This year, he's at Cal Berkeley. The interesting part of that for me is he goes from one coast to the other, and he's still in the same conference. Seriously, people?
That's a what do you call it? A first ballot Hall of Famer right there. That's
unbelievable.
That's something. Wow. It's college athletics. 2025 college athletics.
Yes, sir.
That's the world that we live in. It's certainly crazy. We'll just leave it at that. Well, you only had to worry about basketball this past weekend, and the K-State Wildcats. Apparently, they're just going to be the best shooting team in the history of college basketball. My goodness gracious, they just continue to pour it in. They dominate on Saturday, 98-71, 14 threes for the game for Kansas State. And that's been a theme in the first three games, a Wildcat team that is pouring in the triples. And Jerome Tang did say at Big 12 Basketball Media Day that he has some of the best talent out there in the country, including, hey, I got the best three-point shooter, I got the best point guard, I got the best defender. He went on all those things. Well, right now, it's playing out to be that way as Kansas State looked mighty impressive on Saturday. What was the number one thing that stood out to you with the most recent win?
I think the biggest thing is just they're shooting 56% from three-point range. That's even better than they are from the floor overall at 55.8. It's hard to quantify that to make sense, right? It's not supposed to be like that. But from those four guys, I guess I'll throw Andre Kostic in there. Okay, he's 3 out of 5. Castillo is 6 of 7 after that 5 for 5 performance the other night. Abdi Bashir is at 9 of 17. PJ is 3 of 7. And Nate Johnson is 7 of 10. Don't know that you're going to keep it up at that pace, but it has been fun to watch and watch them score some points and get some confidence. And I think that's the big thing, and how you build off of it from here.
Yeah, no doubt. And the best part is when you just look at who was able to pour in a bunch of points. I think the best part about the game on Saturday was you had two guys going perfect from the field on making 5 or more buckets, and they did it in different ways. Kamari McGriff being 8 for 8, and David Castillo, who goes 7 of 7 from the floor, but a perfect 5 for 5 from beyond the arc. That's efficient, to say the least. I know you have to look at the opponent who they face, but sometimes you can roll the ball out in an empty gym, Wyatt, and you're not going to go a perfect 8 for 8 or 5 from 5 from beyond the arc. That's just the way it is sometimes. So pretty special to see those two individuals on Saturday have that type of performance.
I think that's perfectly said, because let's look ahead a little bit here and kind of talk about what kind of roles they are going to play for K-State and how big they are, right? I think we know what P.J. Haggerty is. For the most part, Nate Johnson's kind of what he is. Same with Abdi Bashir. I don't know if we know exactly what we're going to get out of Kostic and Rapiak yet, but if Kamari McGriff can continue to make some strides and Castillo plays, to his capabilities, now I think you've got a pretty decent chance to have a good club. And Coach has said as much in that, at least with Castillo, that he's going to play a hugely significant role as the backup point guard. And they need him to be, pretty solid. And he's certainly been that. He's stronger. He's worked a lot in the offseason with his body, and all of those things matter. So I was thrilled for him to shoot it like that, because this. He did not shoot the ball very well early last year and lost some confidence, but he's stronger now. He is confident now. I'm anxious to see what this next, couple of 2 or 3 games is like for him. And maybe even more so, honestly, with Kamari McGriff, because he's averaging about 14 minutes a game. It's probably going to be more than that moving forward. And I think he's a decent athlete. And if he can be rock solid for them as a defender and as a rebounder, now, we'll see what happens from there. But he'll be a big piece. You watch what I tell you.
Yeah.
Or at least I hope he is.
Well, I mean, and he's going to need to be, because just the way that K-State plays, if you're not going to – but I mentioned this in the offseason, and I'm sure I probably told you this too, but when you bring in a guy like P.J. Haggerty, where he's got the ball in his hands so much, and guess what? It needs to be. All right? It needs to be in his hands. It needs to be in his hands. He needs to be a facilitator, but he also needs to be a scorer. Well, when he's doing those two things, okay, well, if you get the shooting from the perimeter, all right, so now if you start to see adjustments where teams are going to key in on the three-point shooting, or at least attempt to key in on the three-point shooting, well, you got to be reliable about around the rim. You got to finish at a high clip, which is why I think last week we talked about David Gasson and how he would fit in with this team. And I think it's such a unique question, because I do think it would be kind of a perfect fit for what K-State has for this addition of the K-State Wildcats.
The thing that Gasson would bring to the table, up and above and beyond the obvious, with just his ability to run and just his skill set, is how he knew everything. Scouting report, what he was supposed to do, but what everybody else was supposed to do too. Kamari's not there yet, and we all understand that. There are some similarities, though. I think you would think that that's probably the case. And I don't want to put too much on him, but I do think that you make a good point with PJ. I mean, he's at 14 to 6 assists to turnovers through 2 games. That's pretty good. And yet he's taken 29 shots. The next guy is at Abdi Bashir at 21. So I think they have some things figured out. And, PJ is such a unique talent in that he can shoot the three, he can score, but I also think he likes being a facilitator to a degree too. Now they're going to want him to score more than facilitate, but if he has good balance in that, I think that's a positive too. It's an interesting team right now. I'm sure this tomorrow night with Cal will be a little bit of a bigger and tougher test. We'll see if it plays that way. But again, I think they're just kind of getting started good, but capturing a little confidence, and to me, that it carries a lot of weight with this group because there's so many new faces.
Well,
That's what it is.
Just the shooting aspect, Wyatt. It's contagious.
Yeah,
and like last year, I don't know, like you see them make 14 threes in the latest game. I don't know exactly how many they've knocked down so far at this point, but I have a feeling it probably took another 4 to 5 games last year to get to where they are right now as a three-point shooting team. Could be wrong.
Let me write that down, because I'll look at that, because that would be a pretty significant note, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know what the answer is to that, and I probably should, if I'm being honest, because I don't know it would even be in the hemisphere of 28 out of 50, dude. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do think Coach Tang likes this group. I've said that all along. I think things are going, pretty well, but everybody has talked about this little cluster of games coming up where you've got Cal tonight, Tulsa Monday. Next week, you're going to see Mississippi State on Thursday in Kansas City. And then you get either New Mexico or Nebraska. And then down the road, you're going to places like Indiana and Creighton. We're going to know a lot more here in the next few weeks.
Oh, it's really kind of how it works. You start off maybe slow, and then you start to ramp it up as you inch closer and closer to Big 12 play. Voice of the K-State Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, joining us here on the Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. All right, you brought up Cal and a little bit about the Bears. Day-Day Ames is still around, huh? I'm not going to lie. I haven't looked ahead to the game tomorrow, but did not realize that Day-Day was still around out there for college basketball.
Yeah, and he's become an awfully fine player. I mean, he was a good player here. He just had a smaller role. He'll play a really big role with this group. I don't think there's much question about that. When you look at the numbers, I mean, he's already taken 42 shots in 3 games, and he's made 9 of 15 threes. He can shoot the ball. He's a 39% career three-point shooter. But they've got Pippen, as I mentioned. You know, he's not necessarily a great shooter, but does a lot of other things well. He had 6 assists the other night and a couple of steals in 29 minutes against Cal State Fullerton. But they've got a Delaware transfer that's 6'8", and Chris Bell is a Syracuse transfer who had 15 and 7 the other night. Got a couple of foreign kids off the bench, and Milos Ilic, who's a Maryland transfer, and Ritas Petritis, who's an Air Force transfer. So, like everybody, they've got new faces and kind of trying to figure out who they are. But I think they feel like they're much better than the 14 and 19 record they put forth last year, and a lot of that was clearly new faces.
Well, let's switch over to football, and football was very much in the news over the weekend. I guess we can just we can just put it at that, especially around these parts. I was telling everyone at the beginning of the show, I'm like, I don't know if we talk about it, if we don't talk about it. So I guess
I think you got to talk about it.
Okay,
well,
elephants in the room, but I always respect just your position and where you are working for the university. So I try to understand that.
I get it.
But no Dylan Edwards for the remainder of the year, taking a red shirt and intending on going somewhere else. I have a feeling that wasn't on your bingo card at the beginning of the year.
No, but you know, I think there's been, I've mentioned this in a couple of interviews today too, there's been, since the game where he had 166 yards here and hasn't been really healthy since, there's been a lot of speculation about the potential of a red shirt. And then that led to red shirt, and is there a chance he would go somewhere else? And I think there were a lot of people on both sides of that fence. At least that's my perception. You may have a different thought on that than me. But, you know, in this day and age, you know, that's what the playing field is here. But from my perspective, I mean, was I surprised? Yes. Shocked? No. It's just I feel a little bit sad that it's kind of worked out the way it has, because I'm just going to tell you from a personal standpoint, I didn't have a lot of dealings with Dylan, but when I did, he was very engaging and very nice. And you know, I wish him the best. And frankly, I hate to see him go, but you know, that's the decision he's made. So, you know, you move on. Unfortunately, that's just the way it works.
Yeah, it's the next man up mentality for sure. So, and I mean, the nice thing is, I mean, the coaching staff now knows, all right, we don't have to worry about that. And now you turn your attention to Joe Jackson, but opportunity for the younger guys to get a true look at how things might look like for the future, which I guess is the best way to look at it if you are Chris Kleiman and the rest of the coaching staff there. Why? How about this news, though, not having Austin remain for the remainder of the season? You're talking about broken hearts. I have one, because Romain, such a high-level player across the board. And he recently, in recent weeks, you know, playing with his left hand wrapped very heavily, and he did quite well even with that injury, but unfortunately out for the remainder of the season. So how big of a blow is that to the K-State defense, and who has to step up for this upcoming game against Oklahoma State?
Well, I think if Stan were on with you, he'd tell you that K-State just lost their best defensive player. So it's pretty significant news, right? I think we all understand that. And yet, I guess I kind of understand too that, you know, I think his concern is I don't want to say too much here, but you know, he wanted to get healthy, you know, and was frustrated by playing with that big club on his arm and what have you, and wasn't playing to what he believed I guess would be his standard, and I respect that. I think he had conversations with Coach Kleiman, and they made the decision that this was the best move moving forward. The impact that it has, I think, will be interesting, because it surprised me a little bit when Coach Kleiman mentioned at the press conference on Monday that they were sliding Desmond Purnell over to the Mike linebacker spot, as opposed to just elevating the number 2 guy there, Rex Van Wy. And then in addition to moving Dez over, they're going to start Asa Newsome at the will backer. And I'm excited for both of those guys. Dez is a kid that's been here 6 years. He's really smart, knows the defense. He'll make the calls, but he's playing a different position. That's not exactly an easy thing to do in game 10, right? Ace has always been a good player. He's, knock on wood, he's never been as healthy as he needed to be. And I'm anxious to see him get a 3 or 4 game shot here and see what he can do, because he can run, he's strong, he's talented, has pretty good sense of what he's doing too. So we'll see how it plays, but it still hurts losing a guy like Austin Romaine. Anybody could see that.
The last couple of trips to Stillwater haven't exactly been all too much fun. So what do you see ahead of this game on Saturday with an Oklahoma State team that I think I had someone just remind me of, well, Oklahoma State's got a quarterback that's coming back, and that could throw a wrinkle into the plan as well. So I guess what do you see from Oklahoma State ahead of this game on Saturday?
Well, you know what, the numbers are not going to look good, right? They're just not. They're 1-8. They haven't won a conference game in 2. I think they've lost 15 straight. All of those things are true. But here is also something that's true that catches your attention. K-State has only won 9 times in Stillwater ever. They're 9-24 there. And they won there in 2017. That's been a while. You know how long it was prior to that? 99.
Wow.
So I have all the respect in the world, sir, of how hard it is to play at Boone's Pickens Stadium. And I don't care. I mean, you can go, I'm thumbing through here and looking. I mean, think about this, okay? Last few times in Stillwater, lost 29-21, lost 30-21. Lost 26-13, and that would be somewhat considered a blowout compared to some of these others.
Mm-hmm.
When K-State won there in 2017, it was 45-40. The time before that, it was 36-34. The time before that, 33-29. The time before that, 52-45. You don't see many blowouts there. That's crazy.
Wow. Just kind of going down like when we lay it out like that. Man.
I know.
That's...
By the way, speaking of laying it out, I figured up the first 2 games a year ago. This may surprise you a little. Last year's team went 23 of 53 from three-point land. That's 43, just over 43%. A little better than I was expecting.
Wow. I was not expecting that at all. Okay. Well, good work doing the research while you're answering questions left and right. That's why you're so good at what you do. You can multitask. You can handle multiple things at once. We're talking football, and you're still paying attention to basketball, which is pretty legendary. Sure. Pretty good stuff. All right, Wyatt. Well, hey, I gotta let you get going, but you enjoy your trip to Stillwater. Hopefully, it's a happy one for the K-State Wildcats. But I know it will be tougher than probably what most people realize. So thanks again, and enjoy your time. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right. Voice of the K-State Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, here on The Pulse. Hey, I told you about a pair of tickets for our ESPN Wichita movie night tomorrow at 7:30. 7 o'clock is when you can show up. 6:30, technically, I suppose. If you want to catch The Running Man at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town tomorrow at 7:30, text the word running, and I'll give you a pair of tickets. Text the word running to 316-247-0923, and we'll give you 2 tickets to catch The Running Man starring Glenn Powell for tomorrow at 7:30. It comes out this weekend, but we'll give you an exclusive sneak peek in a renovated movie theater, and it is amazing. I can't wait for tomorrow because the movie looks great, and, well, we're going to be in a large theater that is renovated, and I've been told it's insane. So if you want to go to tomorrow, the ESPN Wichita movie night, text running to 316-247-0923. Text the word running to 316-247-0923, and we'll give you a pair of tickets to come catch The Running Man starring Glenn Powell tomorrow at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town. We wrap up hour number 1 when we return.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
What's up, Wichita? Told you about an event that we have going on. Well, the Wichita Sports Commission, they always have something going on. Kansas's longest-running Thanksgiving race is almost here. The 50th annual Wichita Turkey Trot presented by Dillon's takes place Saturday, November 22nd, featuring a 10-mile run, 2-mile fun run / walk, and tiny turkey trot. The first 2,000 registrants receive a $10 voucher toward the purchase of a whole turkey at Dillon's. All food and financial donations collected during the event will benefit the Kansas Food Bank, which provides hunger relief to individuals and families in need in 85 counties. For more information or to register for the 50th annual Wichita Turkey Trot presented by Dillon's on November 22nd, head to wichitasports.com.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. We're kicking off Black Friday savings with the biggest deals of the year happening all month long. Get behind the wheel of a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 and save up to $14,000 off MSRP or 0% financing. Experience the all-new 2026 Equinox EVLT starting from $32,995 or enjoy 0% APR for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. Offers plus tax, title, tax, and administrative fees expire December 1st, 2025.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400-horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalize this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food, and nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, Booth Creek Wagyu brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Stop by their location at 21st and Webb and taste the difference for yourself. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit boothcreekwagyu.com to order today.
Why choose AR Roofing? For over 30 years, they've been serving Wichita families with roofs built to last. While other companies come and go, AR Roofing is here to stay. Right off Kellogg and West Street. They're not just building stronger roofs. They're protecting safer homes and giving you peace of mind. AR Roofing. On your side today, tomorrow, and for decades to come. Check them out online at arroofing.com. AR Roofing. Stronger roofs, safer homes. Always here in Wichita.
Whether you're hosting the big game, tailgating with friends, or just celebrating your favorite team, Auburn Spirits and Auburn Wine and Spirits have everything you need. Stock up on ice-cold beer, your favorite spirits, and wines that will make every kickoff, touchdown, and victory taste even better. Make Auburn Spirits at 135th and Maple and Auburn Wine and Spirits at 320 North Rock Road your game day headquarters. Auburn Spirits and Auburn Wine and Spirits, where your winning season begins. Celebrate local with Auburn and visit us at auburnspirits.com.
Welcome back. Almost out of time here for hour number 1 from CBD American Shop in Wichita. Sorry, I went a little long there in hour number one. Tends to happen. I was just going to bring up Wichita State women's basketball and what happened last night in Bowling Green. The Shocker women fell 73-71 in overtime. It was a heartbreaker for the Shockers. They led by as many as 15 in the third. But when Taya Davis, the point guard, got her fourth foul, you saw everything change. Still had a lead going into the fourth, but they lost it, came down to the very, very end there in regulation. They actually had the ball with little time to play, turned the ball over. It led to Western Kentucky going to the free throw line for 2, down 1. The gal made the first, missed the second. And Wichita State there in overtime tied it up at 67, but a technical foul issued after a bucket. That allowed Western Kentucky to grab a 71-67 lead after 2 free throws in a bucket. And the Shockers, they had the ball down 1, just couldn't get a shot off in time. Shockers fall on the road in that first road game there for Terry Nooner for 25-26. Hour number 2, straight ahead. It will open with Andy Reid audio. That's coming your way when we return here at CBD American Shaman Wichita.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
We've had great moments, we've had bad moments. We got to be more consistent as a team. I got to be more consistent at quarterback. We got to be able to battle on how can we be better and learn from it fast. Yeah, we got to find a way to get in the end zone.
You got to get off the field defensively. You got to be able to stay on the field offensively and score touchdowns, not field goals.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from every one sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
It's football season, our favorite time of year. Continental Truck Accessories and Wichita Body and Equipment proudly support high school football and athletics. For over 40 years, Continental has provided the accessories your truck wants and needs. Wichita Body and Equipment specializes in mid to large truck and trailer collision repair, lift gates, and more. From pickups to semis, we've got you covered like a great evac. Show your truck some love at 6701 South Broadway today.
Caring for aging parents can feel like a second full-time job. Kansas PACE eases the burden by taking care of all your parents' medical needs, including dental, vision, and hearing. And Kansas PACE does the driving to appointments, even provides help at home with reliable home care aides. Their welcoming PACE centers add social activities and a safe place your parent will look forward to. While they receive expert, compassionate care, you can focus on your own family, work, and life without guilt. Kansas PACE is your partner in caregiving. See how they can help your family today at kansaspace.org.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State men's basketball season tickets for the upcoming season are available now at the lowest price in 15 years. For as low as $400, you can become a season ticket holder and experience the excitement of Charles Koch Arena for all 17 games this season. Now is the time to lock in your seats. Visit GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz pleaded not guilty today to charges he and teammate Emmanuel Clase took bribes to help gamblers win bets placed on pitches they threw, was released on a $500,000 bond and issued GPS monitoring. NBA Clippers guard Bradley Beal will have season-ending hip surgery. LeBron James, assigned to the Lakers' G League affiliate, took part in his first full practice of the season as he works toward a return from sciatica, hopes to make his season debut this month. The approach LA's taken with LeBron will benefit him and the team, says ESPN NBA analyst Janae Aguamake.
He has two guys that he can rely on in Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. He's always had a 30% usage rate. He's never gone below 28%. This is a year where they can actually protect him offensively because he has guys that he
I'm
can
back in case
trust.
you're talking.
So I do believe that LeBron taking his time has actually been the best case scenario for this Lakers squad, who is trending upward.
Lakers Thunder tonight, 9:30 Eastern, ESPN. Milwaukee's Giannis Antetokounmpo knee issue out tonight against Charlotte. NFL Giants star quarterback Jameis Winston Sunday against the Packers. Jackson Dart remains in concussion protocol.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty. Coming up Thursday, I'll tell you which playoff contenders are facing must-win games this weekend. It's Unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and regulation of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho, H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the OZ.
Welcome back.
Back then, you can call me.
Hour number 2 from CBD American Shaman Wichita, officially underway. Glad to have you here. Thanks for listening to ESPN Wichita on the radio. Shout out to all of you streamers out there, ESPNWichita.com, smart speaker, ESPN Wichita app. Also, shout out to those watching on the video stream. For those who have been watching on the video stream, you can see the lovely decor that is here at CBD American Shaman Wichita. You can see all the products behind me. You can see the shrubbery, fake shrubbery, I suppose, but they actually have real trees here to my right. They have real plants here to my right. They have all sorts of T-shirts. They have backpacks. If you haven't been to CBD American Shaman, I highly recommend you come out this way to 21st and Rock because they have some pretty impressive stuff. And I know for a lot of you, it's almost time for the holidays. It's almost time for Black Friday, almost time for Christmas, or whatever holiday that you celebrate. The holiday season's almost here, and I'm sure you're getting stressed. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do for Thanksgiving? Have I made my turkey purchase yet? Do I have gifts ready to rock and roll for Christmas? I'm sure you can get stressed this time of year because you're on the go, and you're looking for gifts. You're looking for certain things. Well, let me tell you, CBD American Shaman Wichita can calm your nerves. They can do that in a couple of different ways. They also can help you out with those joint issues, the pain issues that you might be experiencing. What was it, 2 weeks ago? When we ended up going to Kansas City, drove up for a birthday party, I got out of the car in my shoulders, my neck area, very, very tense. This is why I'm glad I have CBD American Shaman Wichita with the topical cream, because all I had to do was just rub it on, and I felt a whole heck of a lot better when I got home. That's for darn sure. And I have tried other stuff too. CB Go is not my style, but CB Go, if you're looking for a way to get energy, but there's no crash, you're not going to feel jittery, CB Go can help you out there. You want to sleep, you want to have the best sleep of your life, you should come in and try CB Night. CB Night will put you to bed, and you will wake up refreshed, ready to attack the day. Do you have nervous pets? That's also another thing too, right? You think about the holidays, you have pets who get a little nervous. Well, they have something for your nervous pets as well. They have all sorts of products. Come and see for yourself at the new location at 21st and Rock in the Tallgrass area. It's a very convenient location. There's a lot more foot traffic. When I sit here, I can wave at people. Not saying I couldn't do it at the old place, but the new location at 21st and Rock in the Tallgrass area, I think it is a big improvement, and it feels more comfortable as well. Come see how life is better with the feather at CBD American Shaman Wichita. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Pat Strathman. Jack Johnson is in his normal chair, being the producer and show contributor. If you want to reach us here today, you need to call 316-669-4996. Do we have Kansas lottery tickets to give away? You betcha. And that means you got to call in. And it has to happen this hour. So I hope you're locked in, ready to rock and roll, because at some point I'm going to tell you to call. Not now, but I'm going to tell you to call here before too long at 316-669-4996. I will also tell you to text 316-247-0923. If you have thoughts on anything going on in the sports world, hit us up. If you just want to say hi, feel free to do so. We will give you a chance to win 2 tickets to the Running Man tomorrow at Boulevard Theaters in Old Town. Your final chance is this hour. I've had a bunch of people send text messages saying, hey, tickets, where are they? I promise you, once we get the final group of people here, once that happens, the email will go out, and we will be ready to rock and roll for tomorrow. And I hope Boulevard Theaters at Old Town is ready to rock and roll, because we have all sorts of people that are ready to rock and roll for this movie tomorrow. It's impressive seeing how many of you want to go see this movie, or maybe just want to come kick it with us. We sure do appreciate that. This is our second ever ESPN Wichita movie night. We had probably 85 to 90% of the theater full on the first one. The theater that we're going to tomorrow is going to be bigger, but it's also recently renovated. And I think those that are going to show up tomorrow, they're in for a treat. So if you want to catch the Running Man with Glenn Powell, we'll give you that opportunity here in just a little bit. We'll also give you a chance to win an ESPN Wichita t-shirt when we do Who Am I? So be ready to text as I give clues. And if you guess it correctly, you will get an ESPN Wichita t-shirt. Coming up here in a little bit, we have David Lesky of Inside the Crown. Just can't get rid of him. I texted him saying, so, yeah, I know last week we said that was that. And then the Royals pull off 2 trades. They finalize the hitting staff. You have David Lesky releasing an article on a Substack for top free agents to target. There's just too much. We have to have Lesky on the show. And Lesky's best buds with a Royal superstar now. So we'll get that story coming up in a little bit. And at the very, very end of the show, Who Am I Wednesday. Before we hear from Andy Reid, I'm going to tell you about a place that's not too far away from here. With the move to the Tallgrass area, I am now on the same side of the street as Twin Peaks East. Twin Peaks East is just over there. And boy, do we love the lodge. We love Twin Peaks, y'all. It's hard not to. Like yesterday, they had a Veterans Day lunch. They allowed veterans to come in and get a free lunch completely on them from 11 until 3. Well, what's next for them? Well, they have Thanksgiving coming up, and they are doing something for the first time. They are going to be open on Thanksgiving Day at 2 o'clock. They understand that you want to get away from the craziness that can be present for holiday season. They understand you love football, and they also understand, too, that sometimes you do the activities in the morning and then you got nothing for the remainder of the day. Well, Twin Peaks is going to be open starting at 2 on Thanksgiving Day, and they will go through their normal closing time. They've never done it. They're doing it for the first time this year because of the amount of people that want to watch football, because we know Thanksgiving and football go hand in hand. They do. That's all I want to do. I just want to eat and watch football. That's it. And talk to family members because I like my family. But eat and watch football. That's what I want to do on Thanksgiving. You can do that at Twin Peaks while also enjoying a 29-degree man-sized draft. They have an adventurous menu second to none. Go experience it now at Twin Peaks during happy hour because there's no one in town that has happy hour like Twin Peaks. With it being beautiful outside, hit up the patio. This is perfect patio weather. Head on over to Twin Peaks. 2 locations in Wichita, one out east. That's just over this way at 21st and Rock. And you have Ridge and Taft over there as well on the west side. All right, let's hear from Andy Reid, head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, and our Andy Reid press conference here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM is brought to you by Davis Moore Chevrolet. And you just heard the commercials probably about Davis Moore Chevrolet. They always have exciting stuff going on. They're preparing for the new year. But we also know what's going on in November, Black Friday. They are kicking out Black Friday savings with the biggest deals of the year happening all month long. You can get behind the wheel of a 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4. Save up to $14,000 off MSRP or 0% financing. Experience the all-new 2026 Equinox EV LT starting at $32,995 or enjoy 0% APR for 60 months. Together, let's drive to Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or visit them online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. Yeah, you probably would like a new ride. Can't say I blame you if you want a new ride. But Andy Reid also brought to you by Let's Go Brick and Stone. Big or small, every project deserves a win. From updating your fireplace to creating the perfect patio, Let's Go Brick and Stone gives you the strength and style to get it done right. For more than a century, Wichita families and builders have trusted Let's Go for brick, stone, and hardscape materials that outlast the competition and bring lasting beauty to every project. That's Let's Go Brick and Stone, Wichita strong since 1907. Andy Reid, probably peppered with questions from the media about Josh Simmons. How do they feel about the Broncos game coming up? Here is Andy Reid earlier today.
All right. As far as the injuries go, really the only one that won't practice today is Pacheco. Everybody else will go before the challenge of playing Denver. Good football team, well coached. Sean's done a nice job up there, as our coordinators have. So look forward to being in Denver, which is a great venue for football and great for the National Football League with 2 good teams playing each other. So that time's yours.
Andy, you referenced it, but you've had some good matchups with Sean Payton in the last few years. Just what makes his team so difficult to build?
Yeah, good players, good coaches. You know that they've got good schemes. They're well coached and they play hard. Yeah. He does a nice job with it.
And you mentioned this run of defensive lines that you play against. Obviously, this is a pretty run with Santa.
Yeah, that's a good point because that's really a strength of theirs on the defensive side. They got a good defense, but I mean that D line, it starts with them. It's a nice challenge for our offensive line, and like I mentioned before, we've had this string of good D lines that we've been, going against, and so it gives you another opportunity to continue to grow as a group and look forward to that challenge. I mean, that's what this is all about. You love that. You love that you get to play a good football team.
What growth have you seen from Bo Nix from his rookie year until now?
Yeah, he's picking up what Sean's asking him to do, and then executing it and doing a good job of that. And that's a primary responsibility of the quarterback. You're going to be given a scheme, and you got to become a master of it and to make everybody around you better. And he's done a nice job with that.
Get that second year, you have had early success. He's had some bumps in the road since then.
defense is how much easier does it get to prepare for him, and now that they've got the tape on him, is that why he's having some struggles now?
Yeah, listen, I mean, they kind of all go through a little bit of that, but he's also won games, which ends up being the most important thing, and during tough times. But you see that around the league. You see that with all these guys. Teams have an opportunity to study them. They got up their game, and then they continue to grow. They grow for a few years, and then they either make it or they don't make it. At that point. So to be able to sustain it for years is quite a tribute to these guys. But he's a young guy that's continuing to see some different curveballs there.
Andy, how beneficial was this 5 weeks just with the time of the season and just trying to, you mentioned self-evaluation on Monday, but getting the guys back yesterday, just how beneficial to keep them solid there, ready to get back, knowing that what's in front of them this last stretch?
Yeah, sure. They understand that. And they were out there. And we can go lock ourselves in the office and do that stuff. They're out there and they hear everything. So, and see everything with the time off. And so they understand. They're focused, locked in, ready to go, ready to get back to work and get better. And that's, as a head coach, that's all you can ask for.
Harrison, after the Bills game, said he was kind of picking up some tendencies from Xavier on trying to figure out what he's doing. When you guys went back and self-scouted, did you see some things like that happen? How much do you have to kind of guard against that week to week in this league?
Yeah, so you listen. Everybody's got a tendency somewhere along the line. That's how it works. If you watch enough tape, you're going to see certain things. So the objective is to give them that against different looks. So we look at all that and try to keep track of that, and we ask players to do the same thing. So, and Xavier's a smart kid; he gets all that, but I'm not sure. We'll see.
Andy, when you're in the bye week and doing the self-scout, how much do you think you're learning from your successes versus how much you're learning from, say, the Buffalo game? I mean, is it one loom larger?
Yeah, what we try to do, and I think with technology now, it's different than it was a few years back. You're able to stay up on that. You've got the Fraziers and Marks around the league here, where you've got these guys that kind of keep you abreast of what's going on. What your tendencies are, what you need to work on in show in certain spots and down and distances, all that. So they do a pretty good job. So when you go back and you put it all together and look at it, you're kind of fine tuning what you've already gone through. You just have more time to do it. And is it beneficial? Yeah. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. So if we can do better, then it's been a good evaluation period.
Like Nick Benito, 15, impacts throwing Josh back in the fire. Does it impact it at all?
Yeah, we'll just see. Let's see. I haven't even got him out for a practice yet. So let's see how he'll jump in and see what he can do and mix it up out there and do what we do, and then we'll go from there. So I just want to see him back out there. I'm glad he's back and going.
Right.
Richard Fonga, what does he bring at safety?
Yeah. I think that's a good ad. He's been banged up a little bit in years past, but he's playing his tail off right now. Smart, real smart kid, good leverage guy. So if they ask him to stay in outside leverage, he's going to stay in outside leverage. He's going to discipline it, and then if they ask him to get in the box and blitz and do that dirty work, he's all in there too. So he's a good football player, real good.
Coach, when Josh mentioned you just want to see him get on the field, what would you hope to see from him in the next couple of days that would tell you that he's ready to play on Sunday?
Let's just see what kind of shape he's in. You get back into the football swing. So let's see how he is. I'm sure he's going to be okay, but we'll see.
We'll do last three. Jesse, Andy, a lot of division games coming up. Just how much pride do you take in the consistency to win 9 straight of these in a row, and the work that it takes to be able to accomplish that?
Yeah, well, it's important that you spend time on that. And the thing about our division here is it's strong division. The AFC West is tremendously strong, and we're all trying to shoot for the same thing. They're all good teams, and they're well coached.
Coach, Denver's won a lot of close games throughout the season. Of course, you've been a part of winning some close games here. How tough is it to play a team that's won so close to the games?
Yeah, that's what Serrano's saying. I mean, they win. They find a way to win. And so we've been through that. And the way that this league is right now, you got to be able to do that. The parity in this thing is pretty crazy. So, especially in AFC West.
Yeah, last one. Hey, just to build off what Matt asked, but would it be a lot to ask a guy who's missed a long 5 weeks to jump right back in? And obviously that's part of your evaluation, I guess. Is what
Yeah, absolutely. So I got to see what he's got rolling, and I'll be able to figure it out somewhere here, hopefully. All right, good.
There you go. That's Andy Reid, head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, brought to you by Let's Go Brick and Stone and Davis Moore Chevrolet. Chiefs and Broncos going to take place later on this week. It's an intriguing game, to say the least. A lot of pressure, it feels like, on the Chiefs because it feels like you have to win this one if you want to win the division. But if you don't, well, what happens now? I saw a tweet earlier today. It was from James Palmer, and it had to deal with Bo Nix. The Bo Nix experience is what he called it. And I can't wait to talk more about that tweet coming up on Friday. I have a feeling on Friday we'll be spending a good amount of time talking about the Chiefs and the Broncos. Of course, we'll do it ourselves with Fat Jack at fatjacksports.com. We'll officially pick the game. I know the Shockers play tomorrow, so we'll have some stuff on Friday as well. It is going to be a jam-packed Friday. That I can promise you. Coming up here in a little bit, we will do Who Am I? Up next, Dave Valesky of Inside the Crown. But first, this is your final chance, guys. If you want to catch the Running Man tomorrow at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town, I need you to text RUNNING to 316-247-0923. Text the word RUNNING to 316-247-0923. You need to text that now because I'm not going to give you another chance. It's done. We're going to be done after this. Tomorrow at 7:30, we will be at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town, and we will have a good time. It's a ESPN Wichita movie night. Our first one was a big success. So much so that the movie theater thought we need to go ahead and give you a bigger theater. And they're also giving us a newly renovated theater. So if that interests you, we'll have the doors open at 6:30, trivia at 7:20. 7:30 is when the film officially commences there on the screen. If you would like to go watch The Running Man tomorrow at Boulevard Theaters at Old Town in downtown Wichita, you need to text the word RUNNING, and I will give you a pair of tickets for tomorrow. It's Glenn Powell. The trailer looks awesome. It's a rated R film. Come watch with ESPN Wichita. Text RUNNING to 316-247-0923. Well, David Valesky was probably running from us. He thought that, hey, it's done. Don't have to worry about talking to these guys for a little bit. Well, the Royals made a couple of trades. They finalized a staff. David Valesky releases an article about top free agents, and he's now apparently besties with a Royals player. We'll tell you about all those things when we return. David Valesky of Inside the Crown when we come back here from CBD American Shaman, Wichita.
This is The Pulse on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books. November is off to an incredible start. 8-2 weekend last week. 4-0 again on Sunday. That's 8-0 on Sundays alone in the NFL. Go to fatjacksports.com. Get plays emailed to you. They're on a private portal. They're going to come with a recommended betting guide, and they're going to make you money. Get everything through the end of November. Only $399 for football. Add the hoops, only $100 more, or save money with longer packages. FatJackSports.com to win.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about
Yeah,
space
Leslie.
in my cramped apartment, but in this house, all I see
Sounds
is
good.
empty space. The sofa and ottoman look like tiny islands in a sea of hardwood floors. I could get 2 ottomans in the living room, but then I'd need another sofa. I could tell people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium? What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco. When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Dirty exterior? Don't scrub it. Wet it and forget it. Wet and Forget, the easy outdoor cleaner. Wet and Forget works overtime with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget's available in a concentrate or extreme reach hose-in. Purchase Wet and Forget in store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium? What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco. When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Monday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. Week 11 concludes with a Monday night matchup as the Raiders host the Dallas Cowboys. This is Jerry Recco. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as Dak Prescott and the Cowboys look to regain their winning form, but Max Crosby and the Raiders are hungry for a victory. It's the Dallas Cowboys and Las Vegas Raiders on Monday Night Football. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Wichita's home for the Dallas Cowboys. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals. If you want to be having a great time.
All right, well, we thought we weren't going to play this music for a while, but the Royals went out and did some things. And apparently this guy is... well, let's just say we're beneath him now. David Lesky of Inside the Crown joining us here on the show. Sorry, Lesky. The Royals had to go out there and do some things. Sorry.
Yep. Thanks again to the Royals for ruining my Wednesday.
Okay, but as I was telling people, we're beneath you now because apparently you and Vinny Pasquantino are best friends.
Yeah, no, we're buddies. So, you know, whatever. I have time for the people that I stepped on the way up. So, yeah. Anyway, thanks for having me. It's been nice. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. And next year you will go from $1,000 a month to $100,000 a month to be on the show. So out of our price range. Sorry.
Who is getting my $1,000 a month? I would like.
You
to know.
are. You're getting $1,000 a month. You're getting $1,000 a month.
It has not been delivered to me at any point.
All right. Well, hey, the Royals, they were very active. And then you went ahead and also decided to post something on your Substack with free agents. So let's start with the fact that the hitting staff is complete. And that's the main reason why we're talking about Vinny Pasquantino. Let's be real. David Lesky post about, hey, this guy would be great. And sure enough, it ends up happening. So what do you make of the hitting staff now for the Kansas City Royals?
I think it fits better. I want to be very careful because I don't want to say, I don't mean this as a knock on Keone Duren or Joe Dillon. But I think that they kind of brought in like they went from, you know, Lexus is like the luxury version of Toyota. They went from the Toyota to the Lexus, in the hitting coaches. And like Connor Dawson is very analytical. So when he was hired, I talked to a few people. And, you read some things, you talk to some people, all that. And one of the things the two things that I heard the most is he is very technical and understands the technical side better than just about anybody. And he is a phenomenal communicator. And with that, what they mean is that he is so good at taking a very complicated science that is hitting, and it's even more complicated than it ever has been before because of how good pitchers are. And if you don't believe that, just check out Pitching Ninja and watch some of the pitches. It's just how anybody ever makes contact is beyond me. So it's a very complicated science, and Connor Dawson, from everything that I've heard, does just an absolutely phenomenal job of breaking it down to a point that makes it understandable for everybody. And I don't say that as like, oh, hitters are dumb, you got to get a guy to help. No, it's just there's a lot of information, and he does a great job of boiling down what that information means and how to utilize it and all that. Additionally, though, he's really good with like swing decisions. You look at what the Brewers did. They are a team, and they were a team that it's a very difficult at bat against them, and it's difficult to navigate their lineup, even without real stars. I mean, Jackson Chourio, I think will be at some point. I don't think he's there yet. I think his name value is higher than his actual player value, even though he's a good player. Christian Yelich is probably on the other side of being a star. They've got good players, don't get me wrong, but they don't have anybody as good as Bobby Witt Jr. He needs let's start there. Most teams don't, but that even so, top to bottom, that lineup is very difficult to navigate because they make good swing decisions. It's simple, and it goes back to what we talked about when they fired or when they moved on. They didn't fire. They did not renew contracts of their current or their previous hitting coaches, and that the message the Royals have is not complicated and it's not new. It's swing at strikes and take balls, but also don't swing at every strike. Swing at the strikes you can drive. And Connor Dawson has shown an ability to teach that, and an ability also to quote unquote fix players. Look at Andrew Vaughn. Andrew Vaughn was traded to the Brewers for Aaron Savali, which kind of on the surface looks like, oh, we got traded for a decent pitcher. Well, yeah, but Aaron Savali was really unhappy and wanted out, and they just dumped him for whoever they could get. When Vaughn was in Chicago, he had a 38% chase rate. When he was in Milwaukee, he had a 27.2% chase rate. That's bonkers. Like, you don't see that kind of dip. And so that's where I think Dawson is he's so good at what he does. And it's not just him. They had other coaches too, so he's not the only one there. Mm-hmm. And then Marcus Thames is interesting because he's a guy, and I wrote about this yesterday, but he's a guy who you look at it, you go, well, he's been fired a lot. He's also been hired a lot. Which side do you look at, right? It's the team that had him didn't want him, but some other team did. And then you can also see kind of the work that had happened in Chicago in the second half. I mean, we talked about the Royals' improvement, and it didn't keep two of the three hitting coaches in their job, but the White Sox did similarly, and they did it with young players. Kyle Teal, Colson Montgomery, Edgar Caro, we saw play really well. I mean, we saw the White Sox. When the Royals played the White Sox down the stretch a couple times during the second half, that lineup was much more difficult to face than it was last year, and even early in this season. So I think he deserves some credit there. But the thing that I heard about him that like consistently heard about him is he is incredibly good with the players. Just a coach, a player's coach, which I think is, I don't know that you want everybody to be that way, but I think it's good to have that. And, I went through this in the newsletter yesterday, talking about a couple of things. One of the things that I know I'm chattered for a long time, so I'll stop. I'll breathe in a second.
Well, it's not like it was just one hitting coach. It was multiple hitting coaches. So it's
true.
Fine.
That's true. There's two new ones. But there were two quotes that I found really interesting from Marcus Thames. And they're not all recent. But this was when the Angels hired him before the 2023 season. This was during spring training. Quote, "We want our guys to be aggressive in the zone. Pitchers are trying to get ahead, so I want our guys' mindset to be ready to go attack. If the ball's in your zone, be ready to go." So here's something interesting. And then there's another quote. Our mindset is going to be being on the attack early. Don't let them steal strike one. Let's go. Be ready to go. So don't let them steal strike one. Okay, think about this. And again, all on the Substack from yesterday. The Royals saw more called strikes on the first pitch than any team in baseball last year. 1,925 times they looked at strike one. That doesn't mean they were all good pitches, but they were 0-1 on a called strike more than anybody in baseball. And then if you look at pitches just on the heart of the plate, they saw the second most called strikes. And so those are the pitches that are theoretically hittable. But then if you break it down even farther and you only fastballs in the heart of the plate, they saw more called first strike fastballs in the heart of the plate than any other team in baseball. Those are the pitches you can crush. League at 352 with a 619 slugging percentage on those pitches. Like, those are the pitches you need to be swinging at. And we talked about it. Remember, go back to probably mid-May.
Yeah.
We talked about how many first strikes the Royals were taking.
Yep.
And this goes to the approach, and I think this is a Zumwalt philosophy that maybe just wasn't being espoused properly. And it's not a Zumwalt philosophy. It's a general hitting philosophy that Zumwalt happens to carry. But sometimes your best pitch to hit is going to be the first pitch. And the whole crux of what most teams teach, to be honest, is hit your pitch, hit on your terms. You hit on your terms by swinging at the pitch you can crush. If that pitch is the first pitch, swing at it. And so I think it's interesting that Thames has that mindset. But then one more quote, and I can wrap this part up. But he said, for me, the number one thing when it comes to hitting, you've got to be able to swing at strikes. And educating guys on what they do well, letting them know their strengths, and really conquering that's how we're going to get to it. It's going to be an individual thing. I don't know how you can argue with that. I don't know if it'll work. I can't tell you if it'll work or it won't. But I love that mindset of, hey, we're going to swing at our pitches and we're going to hit our pitches. But I think with Baseball Prospectus did an article on this like 2 years ago, maybe. Not every hitter's sweet spot in the zone is the same. And so it's on. Maybe that's Dawson's role. Maybe that's part of Dawson's role, is figuring out where those are, because he's the analytical guy and Thames is the one who will teach it. So I think that's how it'll fit together. And I think that Zumwalt carries some of both of their strengths to kind of bring it all together. I like what they did. I didn't have Marcus Thames on my radar. I had another guy on my radar. He got hired by the Giants today. I had heard that he was considering the Royals, but ended up going to play to coach with Tony Vitello, who both Mizzou guys. It's Hunter Menz, not Hunter Pence. He was a Blue Jays assistant hitting coach. I'm not surprised that he went to go coach with Vitello. It makes sense to me. I had heard that he was interested in it, that the Royals had talked to him. I probably would have preferred him, if I'm being completely honest. But reading and talking to people about Thames, I think there's a real path to a really strong coaching staff here. Now, there's still another hire to make. They haven't replaced Drew Saylor in the minor league side, so we'll see how that goes. But I like where they're headed right now.
All right, the Royals, they decided to wheel and deal. They traded for Cameron Meisner from the Tampa Bay Rays for a player to be named later or cash considerations. While playing for the Rays last year, slash line of 213, 273, 345, 5 home runs in 71 games for the Rays a season ago. I don't know what the expectation is for him. My guess is probably just competing for a bench spot, but the Royals did make a move in some fashion. Wasn't anything substantial, but what do you make of the Royals going after Cameron Meisner?
It feels like depth to me. It feels like John Rave isn't long for this roster to me. There's a lot of things, but Meisner, he was a high draft pick of the Marlins. Was it 2019? It wasn't 2018. It was either 2019 or 2020. That was 2019. And he didn't light up the minors or anything, but there's big tools there. I mean, 6'4", 220, right? He looks the part, which doesn't necessarily mean anything, but he he just never really put it together. And I wonder a little bit with guys like him. This is a much bigger picture question. Like, how much did 2020 hurt guys like him? You know, you get drafted in 2019 and then you're just off for a season. And a lot of the guys, like Bobby Witt played in the Royals camp, but like a lot of the 2019 draft picks weren't playing in that camp that teams had, because every team had basically the same situation. I don't know. I feel like maybe his development got stunted a little bit from there, but got moved to the Rays. You know, he was okay. You know, the 384 OBP in AA in 2022. He had 21 homers in AAA in 23. He had almost 200 isolated slugging percentage in 2024. Made the big club. Actually, his debut was crazy because he came in, I think he was defensive replacement, and then ended up hitting a walk-off home run on opening day, which hard to have a better big league debut than that. I think they see big tools and they see one option left, which means that he can be depth. That's where I see it. But it's hard not to look at a guy like him who had that kind of talent and has that kind of talent and think, you know what? You always say, why can't the Royals unlock Ryan O'Hearn? Why can't, guys leave the Royals? Why can't Brent Rooker do that for the Royals? Well, maybe Meisner is O'Hearn or Rooker. He's probably not, but maybe he is. You never know.
What about the Royals also acquiring Mason Black from the Giants in exchange for Logan Martin?
Yeah, I think Logan Martin was obviously, I hate to say this about people because they're people, but like a non-prospect, let's be real.
You're a non-prospect.
College guy in A-ball. I am a non-prospect. I'm the non-est prospect. But yeah, he was organizational fodder, honestly, at this point. And in Mason Black, they have a guy who was highly regarded at one point. He's still only 25 years old. I don't know when he turned 26. But when he was like, it's funny because I was reading scouting reports on him, and they all said 93 to 96, tops at 98, blah blah blah. And then you look at his numbers, and he's averaged last year, 2024. I don't know when do you start saying last year for 2025? Is that after New Year's? What do you think? I just need to know. I need to know. Is 2025 still this season?
Is 2025 still this season?
Make a ruling.
No.
So 2025 is last season now.
Correct.
Okay. So 2 seasons ago, he averaged 92.4 with his fastball. Last season, he averaged 92.7 with his fastball. So all these scouting reports show 93, 96. I'm like, where is that coming from? I don't know. But what I can tell you is you watch some video, the sweeper plays, the cutter plays. Do the Royals see him as a starter? I don't know. I can see a path where he's, maybe he does get back to 95 with the fastball, and he's got the sweeper and cutter. He's a really interesting reliever. Similar to Meisner, I feel like it's more depth than anything. And it makes me wonder a little bit, like Bailey Falter is a guy who he's a non-tender candidate. That deadline is a week from Friday, I think. Maybe they say, look, we were going to keep Bailey Falter because we wanted to keep some depth on the pitching staff through the winter while we waited to see how Lugo and Bubic recovered and all that. Maybe Mason Black means, hey, we don't have to keep Bailey Falter anymore. We can save that $3 million he's projected to earn in arbitration because we've got Mason Black. So I think that's the deal there. But I do see upside, and with the Royals pitching development turning into what it's turned into, it's pretty easy to see how they can get that out of a guy like Mason Black. Whereas before, you'd just be like, okay, cool, whatever. And it kind of reminds me, do you remember back, I think it was 23 when they traded for James MacArthur? And it's funny because I tweeted something that was like, if this were the Rays, James MacArthur would come out next year and have a 1.93 ERA or something like that, and nobody would know who he was. And it looked really prescient because remember, MacArthur was so good to start 2024, and he was great in September of 2023. And I was like, oh my God, they're the Rays. And then he got hurt, which means they really are the Rays. But with the way this staff works, like Mason Black feels like a guy that they can figure something out with. And not to say he's going to be a number 2 starter, but I think you can at least reasonably hope that maybe they can turn him into a 4 or 5 starter. And again, same thing we talked about with like Ryan Berger and Stephen Kolek. They paid $7 million for Michael Lorenzen last year. If you can consistently develop that 4 and 5 starter or trade for that 4 and 5 starter, you save $7 million. Well, like $6.2 million. So it's a huge boon for the organization. I think my guess is that's what they see with Black is a possibility and depth, but I could also see a reliever there.
All right. The Royals are supposedly evaluating the trade market for outfielders. Who do you want the Royals to go after?
What? No.
I know. Shocking.
Who
I know.
do they go after?
Yeah. Who do they go after?
Anybody who can hit.
Oh, my gosh.
Anybody who can. I mean, well, no, I think.
Who's at the top of the list out of all the people, especially with like the Angels and Red Sox being possible trade partners? Who would you want in a Royals uniform? And what would the haul be as well for this to happen?
Okay, so the Angels, let's look at those two teams because those are the two that were named by John Morosi yesterday, I think it was.
Yep.
Taylor Ward's been talked about for it's funny, he's 32 years old or almost 32 years old, and the Royals have been in rumors to acquire him for 47 years, which is crazy that they just knew. He's only got 1 year left on his deal. To me, in some ways, he's the best option because you don't have to give that much up for him theoretically. Although, again, I've said this before, but I heard they asked for Jensen last year for him, and the Royals were like, "Yeah, no." So, which smart. But with 1 year left, I don't know. I have a hard time thinking that they're going to ask for a huge haul. A lot of people want Joe Adele because he kind of figured it out last year. I see a bad defender who strikes out all the time, doesn't take pitches. I don't know. I feel like they're going to ask for way more than he deserves. I wouldn't mind having Joe Adele, but also, I don't know. And then you go to the Red Sox side, and it's really Jarren Duran and Wilyer Abreu, who, Duran is interesting because if he's valued as the player he was in 2025 last season, I like that. But I think they're going to try to value him as the player he was in 24, which is when he was an MVP candidate. And I just don't see it. He does have 3 years of control left, so there's that. I like Wilyer Abreu. He's a really good defender in a corner. He's probably a platoon guy who maybe can grow into being an everyday guy, but he's also a strong side platoon guy. The Royals, like 77% of Royals at bats last season were against righties. So I don't really care if you have a platoon guy because he's playing most of the time. I really like Abreu, but if you look at the rest of, there are a ton of options, and there are a ton of guys we don't even know are options, to be completely honest. But you just go down the list, and is Andy Pages available? I'd be all over that. I think that would be really interesting. Is Tyler Soderstrom has been mentioned to be available. I don't know what the A's would want for him. It would be insane, but yeah, sign me up. Let's talk about that a little bit. I wonder, Randy Arozarena, are the Mariners going to pay him $18 million with the Royals? That's a fair question.
Yeah.
I mentioned Seiya Suzuki a couple weeks ago. I think he would make a lot of sense if that trade could be there. Brendan Donovan can play second or left field. Alec Burleson from the Cardinals. I don't know if they're trading Burleson or not, but they're almost definitely trading Donovan. Brian Reynolds is another guy. I mean, he was brought up at the trade deadline. There are a lot of options. I don't know who they're going to get, but I'm pretty sure they're going to get somebody. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's, I don't know what you say soon is, but it wouldn't be surprising me if it's within the next, 3 weeks before the winter meetings, or maybe right around the winter meetings.
So which pitcher is going to be traded for that piece real quick?
It's either Bubich or Cameron, I think makes the most sense. I don't have an answer. I don't have a better answer than that, but look, it's 2 of like 7. So that's not bad.
Okay. Oleski, we didn't even talk about the free agent list that you created. So for those listening, make sure to go over to Inside the Crown. Exactly. Go to Inside the Crown. A little dangle the carrot. Lesky has done the work for you. So get signed up now, and you can check out the million free agents that he posted there in that one article. Lesky,
it's only 50.
Lesky, appreciate your time as always. Thanks for filling in. I appreciate you. I know last week it was, we're done. And then it's, Well, come on, I guess. Come back on the show, and we'll see what happens from this point forward. But appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, Pat.
All right, David, let's give Inside the Crown. All right, let's give away some Kansas Lottery tickets. You've been patient. 316-669-4996. 316-669-4996. Be caller number 4. And win $30 in winter cash bonus from the Kansas Lottery. Enter holiday scratch tickets into Play On for a chance to win up to $20,000 in winter cash bonus second chance drawings. Did you know you can play Kansas Lottery online? With Play On, you can play games, purchase Powerball and Mega Millions, and enter drawings and promotions, all from your phone or device. We wrap up the show from CBD American Shaman Wichita when we return.
You're tuned into The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of personal injury, including medical malpractice and vehicle accidents, do not hesitate to call Prochaska, Howell, and Prochaska. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights regardless of your legal status. They guarantee there will be no cost until they win. PHP will be there to assist you and help you navigate the complicated legal process. Call them now at 316-683-9080 or find them online at phpattorneys.com to schedule your free consultation today.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State men's basketball season tickets for the upcoming season are available now at the lowest price in 15 years. For as low as $400, you can become a season ticket holder and experience the excitement of Charles Koch Arena for all 17 games this season. Now is the time to lock in your seats. Visit GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. We're kicking off Black Friday savings with the biggest deals of the year happening all month long. Get behind the wheel of a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 and save up to $14,000 off MSRP or 0% financing. Experience the all-new 2026 Equinox CVLT starting from $32,995 or enjoy 0% APR for 60 months. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. Offers plus tax, tax, and administrative fees expire December 1st, 2025.
Chiefs Kingdom, want to light up your fan cave? Bud Light and ESPN Wichita are teaming up to give away a Chiefs Bud Light neon sign for your football cave. Pay close attention to the Shane Dennis Show in the Pulse with Pat Strathman, and when you hear this sounder, text 316-247-0923 for your chance to win. It's brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Catch the best Chiefs coverage only on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
All right, we're almost done here from CBD American Shaman Wichita. Let's play Who Am I? I'll make it very easy for you all here today. Text your guesses to 316-247-0923. And if you guess it correct, you will win an ESPN Wichita t-shirt. I am a basketball player in the NBA. 316-247-0923. I am a 9-time All-Star, and I was also the NBA most valuable player at one point in my career. 316-247-0923. I am a 2-time NBA scoring leader, a 3-time NBA assists leader, and back-to-back NBA All-Star Game MVP. 316-247-0923. I hold the record for most career rebounds by a guard. 316-247-0923. Who am I? For your chance to win an ESPN Wichita t-shirt. I played for UCLA, ended up being the 4th overall pick in 2008. I was drafted by the Seattle Supersonics, although I never technically wore a Supersonic uniform. I played for the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Houston Rockets, the Washington Wizards, the LA Lakers, the LA Clippers, the Denver Nuggets, and currently with the Sacramento Kings. I was the MVP in the NBA in 2017. 316-247-0923. Last one. I am one of 3 players in NBA history to average a triple-double for a season. Text 316-247-0923. And if you get it correct, you will get an ESPN Wichita t-shirt. Who am I? I am Russell Westbrook. All right, that does it for us. Swing on by and enjoy this weather here at CBD American Shop in Wichita. Be less stressed this fall. I know it's gonna get stressful here for the holidays. Be less stressed at CBD American Shop in Wichita. For producer Jack Johnson, I'm Pat Strathman saying so long, Wichita. See you tomorrow at 2. All right, you're all clear. All right, dude.